Today is the pre-meeting for the Murray Planning Zoning Commission. The date is July 2nd, 2020. Here in attendance, we have myself, Scott Woodbury, the acting chair today. We have Travis Ney, Sue Wilson, Phil Markham, Lisa Milkevich, Ned Hacker, and Maren Patterson. And then from staff, we have Jared Hall, Susan Nixon, and Zach Smallwood. We have 8 items on the agenda today. The first thing is there's been a discussion. I had a discussion with Jared earlier today about moving item number 8, which is the consultant Fashion Place West small area plan, and putting that to number 4, and then moving Vertical Bridge Development LLC to number 8. And so just for sake of meeting flow and based on the number of public comments, feel that would help the meeting to move a little quicker. So if everyone's okay with that, then let's have a motion and we can adopt that.
Sure. No, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so you make a motion. All in favor?
Do we do it here or do we do it in the regular meeting?
Do we need to do it? We'll do it both. We'll do it both, right?
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I would make that motion that we move those 2 agenda items that we saw.
I'll second it.
Second. Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Well, there wasn't any. So we'll do the same thing in the public meeting, just for the record. And Phil, we can make the same motion. We'll do the same thing. But so first thing is approval of minutes, and we didn't have any minutes, so that makes it really.
I'll approve those.
Yes, I'll second.
Good job. They were beautiful as always. Second thing, conflict of interest. Does any members on the commission have a conflict of interest with any of these items?
Just that I live in this neighborhood.
Yeah, me too. Actually, you do too, Sue. So
yes, you do.
I know.
Yeah, I drove by it twice today. So anyway, all right. Approval of findings of fact. Looks like we have 3. We have the Youth Link LLC, Quick Quack Murray, and Car Deal LLC. All conditional use permits. And so did everyone have a chance to review those?
Yeah, they look very good.
Okay.
Yes, and I've got the write-up ready for that.
Good. Love it, Sue. Okay, perfect. Okay, we have 5 other agenda items. So the first thing is talk to us about the Fashion Place West consultant, if there's anything we need to discuss on that. Jared or Sue?
Hey, it's me. Sorry. So I just had to unmute myself. So yeah, they're just going to be coming in, giving an update of the survey responses. We had put in a survey that you guys were aware of. So they'll go over that for a little bit and then talk about connectivity in the area and some of the results that they've seen in that. And that's really it. We're getting really close to wrapping this up, actually. So hopefully the next time you see it, it's going to be for a public hearing on it. So I'm really excited about it.
Cool. Good. I went and took the survey.
Thank you. I'm actually really impressed. I don't want to steal their thunder with how many we had. So I'll let them have it. So
good. Yeah, it was good. Okay. Rec demolition. It looks like it's going to be Jared that's doing that. Jared?
Yeah, and there's not a lot to tell you about rec demolition except for the fact that it's in Garco. It's 2 units, 77 and 78. It's been used in the past for different things, but never for contracting. So we have to process a conditional use permit. Demolition contracting, they're going to have some equipment and trucks in their units. There's not even really an office in there anymore, just a restroom. So we're asking for standard conditions to keep them from causing problems, keep the area clear for fire access, emergency access. There has been some new pavement laid down in this area, so that's nice switch for Garco. There's been a little new pavement. The striping's all faded for the parking, so we're asking for them to restripe the parking and include an ADA spot. There's nothing in this immediate area. I think we've had some requirements in the past, and I know we had some put in, but they've been removed if they were there. So I cruised it the other day, didn't find any ADA stuff, so I'm asking for an ADA stall. And that's about it for rec demolition.
Cool.
Can you tell me about the refueling on site? I know it's 2 different items had that. That's a new thing.
Yeah. I don't know exactly why Pat Killian, our fire marshal, was interested in the refueling. in this case, it's just, I'm at the risk of sounding glib. I think it's just on his mind. And he was worried about, somebody must have done something like that down in Garco recently and filled up a truck and spilled some gasoline or something, but he wanted to make it clear that
Small
they were
fire, didn't make the news. It's okay.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, does that count like chainsaws and lawnmowers and that kind of stuff as well, or is this like vehicles?
I think it's vehicle and equipment refueling, like heavy stuff, but you just didn't want them refueling equipment on their generator.
Is there a city ordinance we could refer someone to if they had a question that defines that?
I don't have one to tell you. There might be, but I don't know. It's fire code, I guess.
Yeah, that's the safest thing to say.
Can I ask a question about?
Yep, go ahead, Lisa.
Thanks. Item number 6 is a condition. A newer thing, I lose track of time, maybe the last year and a half, we have been occasionally differentiating between the owner and the applicant's responsibilities.
Yeah.
And number 6, we said the applicant shall.
Are you on number 6? We're still on number 5.
No, I'm on.
Requirements.
Requirement 6. Okay.
Yeah.
The condition.
I didn't.
Sorry.
So I'm sorry. I didn't break them out on this one. I know we started to with Zach's conditional use permit last report cycle around. I didn't break them out in this one. We can. I mean, it's nice to break them out and be clear who's been required to do what, but I didn't do that here. No.
Since we guinea pig testing it out, we'll try it a couple more times. Sorry, I don't mean to steal anybody's thunder, Jared, or anything, but I think we're
already stolen.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. I think we're kind of testing it out, making sure that it works. I think it's going to take a couple applications to kind of test that out. And see.
I like it. Can we instead of saying the applicant, can we just not specify who? Just shall provide the restripping of the parking. I don't want to get stuck in owner versus applicant arguing with each other, or the owner saying the applicant has to, or
here's the thing about it. It is nice to kind of differentiate, and I get the thinking behind it. However, it's kind of, I don't want to say it's not necessary, but it's not necessary. It's nice, but it's not necessary. Somebody has to do it, and ultimately, I'm going to be mean and say, I don't care who does it. If the owner refuses to do it, I don't want the applicant coming back. And I'm not sure I'm the applicant coming back and saying, well, it's his requirement, so you can't deny me my business license because he hasn't done it yet. Yeah, I can, and I will. If you can't get the owner of the property to do the things we're asking for, then you don't get a license. And I don't want somebody like the wreck demolition guys, Tegdis, to think that he's not required to do it.
Then
the owners.
If we don't put if we just say provide the restriping, does it get around that, or is it implying that the applicant?
We could say the project or something, but ultimately the applicant is the person who's applying for. The applicant is the person who's asking for permission to do it. And
the applicant's the ultimate beneficiary of the striping.
And the reality is it doesn't really matter because it says that the approval is subject to these conditions. So, I mean, you could easily say shall meet. It feels to me like the reason we put the applicant on there is just to differentiate a little bit more that the applicant, I mean, they're all the applicant's obligation. But I think there are some that are more on the applicant and some that are more on the business owner, the landowner. But I mean, again, I guess Zach says you're testing it out. Let's we're
trying to see if it puts the owners of the property that are semi-bad actors on notice a little bit that this is their issue.
And I guess that's why I feel a little sensitive with this, because these are possibly bad actors in this facility.
Yeah, but it's striping and stuff. So I don't know. I didn't do it this time.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. And any, well, I mean, it still says applicant, and then the others, anyway, I think it's all right. And anything else on number 5? I think we got lots of discussion on number 8 now, so I want to make sure we have time for that. So anything, okay, let's move on to number 6, which is conditional use permit for waterscape landscaping. That will be Jared again.
That's me also. Waterscape is on Stratler Street. It's an industrial site. There's actually 2 properties that are part of this subject property. There's an existing building and then the not vacant really, but sort of an underdeveloped lot next to it. This is a landscaping company that wants to go in, use the building for their offices and for their staging and some equipment, and then materials and things on the south lot, 5915. adjacent to it. The big ticket kind of items here are that parking needs to be striped. There's just kind of a cement pad where you could stripe 3 or 4 parking stalls. That's great. Some equipment and other vehicles can be on the gravel site next to it. There's some landscaping that needs to be installed and upgraded on both properties. And then if the project exceeds $5,000, which it very likely will, we want to see the improvements on Stratler put in that haven't been put in yet. There's a sidewalk missing, park strip, and it's on both sides of the south property. It's on the one subject parcel, not the other. And then on the immediate parcel to the south, it has all its improvements and continuing down Stratler. So it'll be nice to get that sidewalk and park strip in too. Not a lot there other than that. We want to see some of the landscaping done and some of those improvements that are missing, and that's about it.
Any questions about this one?
Of course I do.
I know, but go ahead.
So I just want to make the same comment on number 4 of the conditions. I kind of like it when you differentiate who, but we already discussed that in the last one, so okay.
Yeah, I'll try it on the next one. I wasn't comfortable with how to split them out on some of these, and in this case, these guys are buying these properties too, so they're the applicants, and they're going to very quickly become the owners. And so
either way doesn't matter.
You know.
Although Jared, we do have, like in the previous item, it said, the approval is subject to the following conditions. This one says is as reviewed in the staff report and subject to the following conditions. So anyway, if there's a substantial difference, let's just, we always love to be consistent. So unless there's a difference.
Okay.
So.
And then condition number 3, again, it might just be nitpicky, but it says improve to city standards in conjunction with any required public improvements. It'd be nice if we could refer the reader, the applicant, to what the city standards are, the ordinance they should be looking at, or
that's a challenging thing because there isn't.
Not one place.
It's not codified. When your city standards are what Trey makes you do for that access into the property, and it could be a car length of cement going in to keep the gravel from coming out to the road. I need to leave that up to him a little bit.
Okay.
In this case, so that's the reason for that language.
Well, I mean, I guess to Lisa's point, if you wanted to ever add something and say per,
city engineer,
city
engineering standards, or we could do that
to meet standard city engineering practices or whatever. So
sure.
Okay, because I do agree that if they have questions on it, it would be nice for them to be able to look at it and say, who do I go to answer? Now the reality is they'll just come to you and they'll say, Jared, who do I go to? And you'll enlist Trey, but obviously the clearer the better. So any other comments on number 6? Okay, awesome sauce. Moving on to number 7. Okay, number 7, which is conditional use permit to allow a gasoline service station. And this will be Jared again.
Actually, it is. It's me. So
this is Zach.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I wrote it wrong. Yep,
I know. That's
you're good.
Right.
No, I even had it Zach on here. I just got confused.
You just didn't read my name. I see. It's fine.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, so you guys heard this last meeting. Actually, was the subdivision amendment to create the lot. This is just the continuation of that. This is the conditional use permit for the actual 7-Eleven, which is a convenience store with gasoline that requires a conditional use permit. The project location, like as always, it's on 56th and Van Winkle. The setbacks, no real issues. I really don't have a lot here. I'll just mostly just take questions if you guys have them. That way we can get to the big one.
Zach, I know we've had a few public comments, and for all public comments, what we will do is we will just read in which ones we've received. And I guess, you guys can say it or I can say it. It doesn't matter. But we're not going to reread all the emails that have come in. We'll just talked with Jared earlier. We'll just say we've received a bunch of public comments. They're part of the packet. You can access them. Any new things we will go ahead and read in.
That was a question of mine. I think I'm glad we're not reading them in. It would take forever to read those in. That's not fair to staff to have to do that. But I do think it would be nice if someone could acknowledge the names of the people that submitted emails prior to the meeting so that they know that we did receive them in our packets and they received our attention.
Yep. Yeah, Phil, I was planning on doing that. As long as I have, I have them in my packet. I'm not on the online one. I'm just looking on the physical one right now.
Sure.
Did it change at all?
No. I make sure that those are identical. They wouldn't change.
Okay. So I was just going to do that prior to opening up the public comment. I'll just say, prior to the staff report, we've received, public comment from so-and-so, and they're available online on the packet. Any additional ones, can be received during this. So
that's awesome.
The only ones so to my knowledge, what we've received for this one, Zach, are Gail Matsumiya, I don't know.
Matsumiya.
I'll try not to butcher them. And then we've also received it from Marnie Haymond, and then Jennifer Caldwell, and Robson Akiro Oshiro. So just the 4, correct?
Yeah, that was what was in the packet. There have been a few more since.
Okay, so I'll make sure to acknowledge that we have received them from those 4, and then anyway.
And maybe even say we've received and reviewed.
Comments. Certainly. I'll say they were in our packet, and we had a chance to review them in context of everything else we received, and we'll do the same thing on the next one. So,
and then Mr. Woodbury, I really like that idea. And maybe when they read all the new emails in, it might be nice if you said I think a little summary: traffic, proximity, and lighting seem to be a concern in all the emails received, just so that they feel like they've been heard, because otherwise they might have a burning urge to say it again.
I don't feel like, I don't know. I guess I'm open to thoughts. I don't feel like it's mine to come out and summarize what their primary concerns were.
That's the big ticket there, is that it could come across differently. So we don't want to summarize that, because that's why we don't summarize them when we read them out loud, because we don't want.
It's a judgment.
It is. It's a judgment. What I look at something that may be less significant to someone else may be a big deal. So I think we just acknowledge that we received them. We had a chance to review them, and then we'll go from there. As I talked to Jared earlier today, unfortunately, what we have right now with this format is we do receive a lot of repetitive comments, but it's the format we're using. So, all right.
Scott, since we're talking about comments, is that the same intent as for number 4, which has
yes
more comments? Okay.
Yes. Yep. It'll be the same intent, and we will do that. Okay. So, all right, we've got 10 minutes. Jump into number 4, which is now number 8, which will be number 8, and that is Jared. So, okay.
This one is me. Do you guys, since there's only 10 minutes, do you want me to buzz through it, or do you want to just ask your questions?
Can we just ask questions? Yep, I think we're all familiar with what it is. I think we should just ask questions.
I'm totally good with that. So fire away.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions, first of all?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I noticed that a couple of the letters mentioned getting Utah Power to landscape like they have in other areas.
Yeah.
What is that even an option?
It's not so much that it's not an option. I have a couple of thoughts about that just from me personally. The A1 zone it's not a commercial zone, so it has an allowance for these cell towers. So our normal sort of, you have to come up to conditional use permit standards don't necessarily apply, because it's not a commercial property. So I have 25-foot setbacks and things. I don't have the same landscaping requirements. 1768, our landscaping ordinance doesn't necessarily apply. So you'd have to go about it by just imposing a condition and saying this is to mitigate impacts of the tower. So I have a challenge with that, because the tower is not causing the ugliness of the property the way it is, the weeds. The second problem I have with that is, strictly speaking, environmental. I think it would be, if it's not getting taken over by the city as a park and used as usable open space that's benefiting people's lives, then we should not plant grass there that's got to be watered and mowed. That's 5 and some odd acres.
I agree. And environmentally, that's not a wise thing to do unless it is going to be maintained and operated by an organization.
It's going to be meaningful. If it's just to make it look pretty, there's other ways to keep it mowed, and it's not going to look pretty mowed. But I just, yeah.
And the reality is, it's not going to necessarily mitigate the impact.
I just wanted to address the people that have commented that, why didn't it ever get landscaped?
Right. Speaking of pretty, Jared, can something other than lattice be recommended, be required? I mean, that's about as ugly as it gets. That's about as bare bones.
It's as cheap as it gets too. It's as cheap as you can make it.
It's actually going to be more expensive than the monopole. By a weird convergence of dumb circumstances, we don't allow monopoles on ag property on the A1. The lattice tower is what we would allow. They would rather build, when they came in, they were like, well, we'd like to build a monopole on this property. And we said, oh, check it out, you can't. The only thing you could build there would be a lattice tower, oddly enough. So for whatever reason, I think because they had lattice towers on ag property in the city, and they didn't want to make them non-conforming, so they didn't disallow them on ag property. And as a result, you're getting an application for one. It's unforeseen circumstance. So they would be happy to do a monopole, but they didn't want to wait for us to redo our code 60, 90 days to get it done to make an application. So
Jared, I have a comment on that.
Yeah.
Structure, but we're jumping topics. I want to go back to the landscaping before that topic's done. You and I talked earlier a little bit about maybe asking, and this is my question, is it an ask, is it a suggestion, or just don't bring it up? You have to have a purpose to landscape that land, and it's not it's not a good purpose just to put grass down, but to ask them to put trees around the exterior to camouflage it somewhat, just to make the neighbors feel a little bit better. Is there anything that could be reasonable along those lines?
I think that could be done. That you could say this is trying to mitigate the impact of the visibility of the tower by drawing the eye downward to trees around the outside of the wall. They're going to put up the 8-foot masonry wall if they plant some trees around it. The challenge with the trees around that is, I do have one concern with that. I don't know if Utah Power allows trees to be planted in their corridor. I think
no, they don't.
Is they're funny about it. They don't. Do they?
They don't.
Yeah. And
be asking them to do something they can't do.
Right.
But to the commission, I would love, and tell me if you want me to be quiet, but I would love for that little interchange we had to occur in front of the public so they'd understand why we don't suggest it.
I mean, I think that's fine. There's actually a bigger issue to this whole thing, and you guys haven't seen it yet. Phil, they did email it to you.
Right.
There's and Jared will bring it up. So there's actually someone who lives across the street.
Not my dog.
Worked in the wireless industry for 20 years and brought up some really, really good points in a letter to the city about how basically why they shouldn't even put one there, because there's already a tower that's in a better location that has 2 spots available. And so anyway, his point is, why are they even doing this? Ned, go ahead.
Scott, is that the tower that's like 200 yards to the east?
Yes, it's 800 feet to
the satellite farm property?
Correct.
So that was going to be my question, and this is maybe more directed to Jared, is I think that's a pretty old tower, and if it said there is more space on it, that's wonderful. My question was, has anybody coordinated, have the people who want to put up the new tower done any coordination with the people who own the current tower, that maybe they can put up a better tower that can service all of the companies that are on the current one and the company that wants to set up a new one? Which you get a new tower. I think tower is kind of ratty already, but you get a new tower, you get several organizations paying for it, and you'd only have one versus 2.
Yeah. Well, and Ned,
100 yards apart.
Yeah, and that's exactly the point. Is the tower that's there is in a better location. It is further away from things. It's in more industrial, and so as Jared and I talked about earlier, we always encourage co-location. And according to this resident, the proposal does not include a large enough base or tower to be able to support multiple carriers. So if an AT&T or Verizon wanted to come in and co-locate on the new tower, they actually couldn't do it. And so one thought that we had and the discussion I'd like to hear, I know Jared has actually asked the applicant these questions. And so we'll certainly, Ned, your question that you asked is wonderful to ask. But one of the things is, how do we know that the existing tower on the U.S. satellite property is not available to co-locate the existing carrier? And I don't think that they have the answer. It looks to me like it's an opportunity to recognize a little bit more revenue for the landholder and the construction company. Certainly provide a service, but recognize revenue to benefit a few parties. So anyway, that's kind of the thought. But we've got a couple of minutes. Jared, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, if I may, just build on that.
Yep.
And that's a great
Yep.
conversation that we need to have in front of the public, and I hate to have you guys in this position, but you need to be ready to move a little nimbly tonight. If you need to forego making a decision and continue it to the first meeting in August or something, please don't be shy about doing that. If you don't feel like they have the information, I did get an email back from Brad Taggart, who is our the representative for Vertical Bridge, and he says it's a question of, I'll let them speak to it tonight because it's not a language I speak. But it's a question of, he says the problem with that cell site for them is a question of network density rather than distance coverage, signal density coverage instead of distance coverage. I don't speak that language. He'll have to explain that better. Maybe they could demonstrate that to you by taking the time. Maybe they come back in a couple of weeks and demonstrate to you how that works, or bring something from US Satellite.
Yeah, exactly, Jared. I mean, like if that
coordination,
if that's the issue, then I would love to hear from the current US Satellite to say, look, we are open to them, but it would cause too many issues, XYZ. I just don't feel like that we have a reason to proceed with this, knowing that there's a tower that's 800 feet away.
So we could hear what they say tonight, and then be ready as a commission to go one way or the other there. So if we need to push it off, I think that's reasonable. So.
Super fast. How tall is the monopole over by the fire station? It's like 50 or 60 feet?
At 100. That's 100 foot.
It is 100 as well?
Yep.
And it's farther up on the hill.
He means the one by the fire station on 4800 South, or do you mean the one on?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
The one on the hill here is 100 foot too, as well. It's also
Jared, really quick, as I understand it, they actually use different frequencies, and so that's not going to be an issue because the FCC mandates that they do different frequencies, and that's not actually.
They buy spectrum.
Yeah, they buy, and exactly, and that's actually. So I want them to explain it a little bit more.
Yeah, it's not something I know.
Exactly. So
that'd be great.
Anyway, okay, all right.
I just wanted to cut off real quick, one, because we need to move on, but two, I just wanted to add in ditto on Jared's thing for my item. I know some of the emails that are coming through, you might have questions. Please don't be afraid that if you need to table it or anything.
Okay.
We'll see what bores out of that, but don't be afraid to if you need to.
Okay. I can promise you, Zach, that this commission, we're not afraid.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. So I'm going to start admitting all these applicants, and then whenever you're ready, it's 6:31. So
perfect. Actually, mine shows 6:30 on my computer, so I got to go by Microsoft time.
Zach, we actually have two lame ducks on the commission, so you know.
Yeah. Lame being the operative word.
Oh dear.
All righty. Okay. Then if everyone's in, then Zach, you let me know when you're ready to start the meeting.
Go for it. Yeah, everything's recording, and everybody that's been waiting is now in the room.
And Zach, you do need me to read that Word document, correct?
Yes, I do, please. As soon as you open the meeting, read that, please.
All right, I will do that. Okay, you're recording. The meeting is open today for the July 2nd Murray City Planning and Zoning Commission. Welcome everybody online. Thank you for joining us and taking the time today. My name is Scott Woodbury. I'm the vice chair, but the acting chair today. We have in attendance, we have Phil Markham, who is our chair. We have Travis Ney, Sue Wilson, Susan Nixon, Ned Hacker, Maren Patterson, and then from staff we have Lisa, or I forgot Lisa Milkevich. Lisa's on the commission as well. And then from staff we have Zach Smallwood, Susan Nixon, and Jared Hall and Bryant Farnsworth. And now, just before we go any further, I'm going to read a little bit about the meeting format. So because of COVID-19 pandemic, our desire to comply with Governor Herbert's orders and the Salt Lake County Health Department's orders, we have determined holding an in-person planning commission would not be a wise or safe practice. On March 18th, 2020, Governor Herbert issued Executive Order 2020-5, suspending the enforcement of provisions of Utah Code 52-4-202 and 52-4-207 due to the infectious disease COVID-19 novel coronavirus. And on March 17th, 2020, Murray City Council adopted resolution number R20-13. These orders and provisions allow for public meetings to be held remotely and electronically. We are holding today's Planning Commission meeting via video conference, and the meeting is being live streamed. If you have a public comment to submit to the Planning Commission, please do so via email at planning@murray.utah.gov. And the email is also on the live stream if you're looking at it, so you can have that. We do not anticipate any issues, but are relying entirely on technology to host this meeting, and we may encounter unexpected circumstances. Please know we are doing our best to be open, transparent, and accessible during these difficult times. All right. So with that, we'll go into our agenda. We have 8 items on the agenda. We do, however, want to make one adjustment to the agenda just based on the anticipated discussion and feedback involved. We actually would like to move item number 4, which is Vertical Bridge Development LLC, to number 8, and then item number 8 for Fashion Place West Small Area Plan up to number 4. All the other items, 5, 6, and 7 will remain as are. So if the Planning Commission, if someone is okay with that, they make a motion.
I would like to make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second it.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Markham to readjust the order of the agenda, and a second by Mr. Nay. Travis, was that you? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. We will now make those movement. We'll move. So Vertical Bridge Development will be the last item. All right, so item number 1, actually just a couple business items. Again, we will take time, talk with the applicant, the staff will do a presentation. The applicant will then have an opportunity to discuss the proposal, and then we will open it up to public, and the public can submit questions via that email, again, planning@murray.utah.gov. We will make sure to read those in. For any of the items that we have received, any emails that we've received prior to this meeting, they're actually, up until I guess last week, they're in our packet, and I will make sure to show which ones there are. And they were on the online packet as well, so people could read those. And then we'll also read in any email or additional comment based on each item. So if someone has expressed an idea or a concept, you don't have to email it and voice it again if you don't want to, but you're more than welcome to express any opinions via email during those public comment sections. All right. So number 1 is the approval of minutes. We actually don't have any minutes in today's meeting. So we will move to number 2. Does anyone on the commission have a conflict of interest with any of the items on today's agenda?
No.
No? Okay, that's good. All right, number 3 is the approval of findings of fact. And we have 3 of those today. We have Car Deal LLC conditional use permit. We have Quick Quack Murray 9th East Project number 20-604 or 064 conditional use permit. And then we have Youth Link LLC conditional use permit. Has everyone had an opportunity to review those?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Any changes, concerns, questions?
No.
Okay, if not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the findings of fact for a conditional use permit to allow vehicle sales within the MG zone on the property located at 139 West 4500 South Unit number 22, Shiraz Rain, doing business as Car Deal LLC. A conditional use permit for Joseph Ernest with Lone Star Builders to construct a Quick Quack car wash at building on 9th East at 5565 South, and a conditional use permit to Shannon Moss with Youth Link LLC to construct a new building for the operation of an after-school youth community center at 346 East, 4500 South.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All right, I have a motion by Ms. Wilson to approve the 3 findings of facts as read into the record, and a second by Mr. Markham. All right, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
could I ask that we just make a bit of a clarification? I just wanted to mention that, you know, I am typically the chairman and you are the vice chairman, and we came to a bit of a gentleman's agreement last meeting, since we have 6 months basically left in our 9-year terms on this commission, to allow each of us to alternate in chairing the meetings. I didn't want there to be any public wonderment as to, you know, why I'm not chairing tonight or that.
Yeah.
There is an item in my neighborhood and yours.
Mhm.
And so the reason for this is just we have decided to alternate whenever possible with chairing the meetings until this January.
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner Markham. I appreciate that, and you know, he wanted to allow me to have some more fun since I haven't chaired since 2014. So thank you, Mr. Markham. I appreciate that, and certainly you know, hope that we don't mess things up and can do things well.
That's not a concern.
So thank you. All right, with that, we'll move on to item number 4, which is now 4, which is the Fashion Place West Small Area Plan, and so I guess Jared, who's that's doing it?
I'll just do a quick intro. So
Okay, perfect. Zach.
as you guys know, Mark Morris with VODA Landscape and Planning is, or is it Planning and Landscape? I don't remember which order. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
So
You got them both.
Yeah. So he will be presenting before you tonight. So I'll turn the time over to him.
Okay, Mr. Morris, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. I've also got Annalise Eichelberger from my staff with us tonight. And if you remember kind of the story so far, we were in front of you a couple months ago to give you an overview of the progress on the project. What we'd hope to do tonight is give you a little bit more information as far as public outreach. Over the last couple months, we had to adjust our approach to public outreach for COVID reasons, and had some good results with an online public survey, which we'll walk you through some results tonight, and then go through some initial recommendations that will be a part of this small area plan. At any time, if you've got questions, please feel free to let me know, and we'll try to answer those as we go along. We'll try to keep our presentation here as brief as we can, as you've got a pretty full agenda tonight. So I am going to attempt to share my screen. Someone tell me that you can see what I'm sharing.
You're good.
Can see it.
Okay, great. So as I mentioned, we'll talk a little bit through an overview of the public engagement so far, some recommendations around connectivity within this area of the city, a few points about design guideline basics that we've started for the small area plan, and then a little bit about the implementation and kind of what happens next. So Annalise is going to talk us through the public engagement survey that we have been publicizing the last 30 days.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening, everybody. It's good to see you all again. As Mark mentioned, due to COVID, we were not able to hold our second scheduled open house. We did think that the second open house would be very valuable, and so what we wanted to do was come up with an alternative that would be could be well executed and well distributed. And so we came up with a survey to do a survey. We used SurveyMonkey, and it allowed us to put together 18 different types of questions. So long answer, multiple choice, short answer, ranking style questions, just really questions that would really engage the public and hopefully give us a higher response rate. We also included lots of graphics to assist with the questions we were asking. And again, just really trying to make it comprehensive and so we could really gather some good data. So we used Facebook and Instagram to distribute the survey. And we had great help from staff to distribute that survey at 3 different times, I believe, throughout the month from May 20th to June 20th, that we had the survey live. And as you can see there, we had a total of 155 responses, which is rather fabulous, I think, considering the area, considering where we are in our kind of the climate we are in right now with COVID. And so it was, it's just a great, we were really excited about the response rate. So next slide. Awesome. Thank you, Mark. So I just wanted to share quickly with you 7 particular questions, but I just wanted to highlight the responses. So the first one here is kind of describing 4 words that kind of show the attributes of the neighborhood. And so the most common responses, as you can probably see here, were the fact that it's busy, traffic, congested, things like that. And then also that it's super convenient, it's super central, and things like that. And I think what that's really telling us is that while we know that traffic is not ideal, this area is really popular and people are coming through this area a lot. And so that really tells us that new development and redevelopment of this area is very valuable as far as improving connectivity and just new actual commercial or residential development. Next slide. Thank you. And then just quickly here, I know you can see this as well, but your primary destination when you come to the neighborhood for most people is to shop. And we didn't have a lot of the mall employees responding or a lot of employees, but a lot of people came here to shop. The most challenging aspect of the neighborhood for a lot of people was traffic. We see a lot of answers about connectivity. We do see some issues and concerns about crime, but for the most part, people are just worried about traffic. Thank you. So kind of along with the traffic conversation is what type of transportation are you using to get to tracks? And so most people say either using their car or walking. And I think a lot of these conversations about driving and coming here really answers to the fact that the reason that there's a traffic problem, and also there's a reason why we're including such a big part of this connectivity section to the plan. And traffic and connectivity have been kind of more important since the survey came out. Not more important, but really trying to address traffic and talk to the community and the Planning Commission and City Council and staff about what traffic looks like in the neighborhood, how it can be improved, how it'll change with growth. And then rank the type of public improvements you think are lacking. And as you can see here, there are a lot of answers that are kind of neck and neck. And I think it really goes to show that this plan is very important and the connectivity aspect of this plan is important. Most of these things are crosswalks, street trees, bike lanes, things that would make commuting with alternate forms of transportation more desirable. Next slide. Thank you. Just the last 2 I wanted to run through with you really quick. Thank you for your patience. Types of housing that you wish were more available in your neighborhood. Obviously, we don't have a lot of desire for apartments. I think that's kind of perhaps a similar sentiment as other areas, but we do have this desire for higher density, single family or townhomes, cottage clusters, things like that. And the last question I wanted to share with you was just the response rate around what the respondents felt were the housing issues that existed in the neighborhood. And the biggest ones had to do with affordability and construction affordability and costs and things like that. So I think, again, I think it's the perfect time. This is really showing this is the perfect time to be putting this plan together. The 2 biggest components of this plan are working with design guidelines and housing, and then the connectivity. And so I really think that the responses are kind of showing that this is a positive thing for this plan. So with that, I don't know if you have any questions. If you do, feel free to ask them, or else I'll turn it over to Mark to talk about connectivity.
Great. And just to kind of put in context, getting 155 responses to our survey, we're very happy with. The first open house, we had about 35 to 40 attendees. And so being able to get response from a larger group is always helpful in this, in a process such as this. Like Annalise mentioned, a pretty significant portion of this plan is looking at connectivity issues and identifying gaps or infrastructure needs within this neighborhood. So I'll walk you through. We've kind of broken down the maps into different categories of improvements that are needed, and then finally talking about implementation, kind of how we've prioritized some of those needs for the neighborhood. So again, the small area plan is really just looking at the area within this dashed line. The two most significant pieces of kind of driving the project are the UTA Tracks platform, the end of Winchester, and the Fashion Place Mall. And so that connectivity between those two. And on our team, we have Fair and Pierce transportation consultants who've helped us develop a more holistic look at the networks of this particular neighborhood. When it comes to vehicular connectivity, looking at the pinch points around these neighborhoods, how do we improve that flow of traffic, and how do we address the significant barriers to connectivity in the neighborhood, most significant being State Street and the 215 freeway. Those are pretty difficult barriers to overcome when it comes to connectivity. So they've helped us develop a good list of projects for those types of improvements. We've met with UTA and with UDOT to talk over kind of what's in the realm of possibility as far as impacts on their infrastructure goes, and we've gotten good response, good cooperation. They always like to see the city have kind of clear goals as far as those connection points are, and then it's kind of a negotiation, particularly with UDOT, to get changes made on facilities that they control, but clearly have a major impact on the community. Bicycle connectivity is one that we have spent a good deal of time looking at to, again, get more of that kind of neighborhood traffic, people who are going short distances, having that as an option, a more active transportation piece. That, the infrastructure and the frequency of usage are parallel. When you don't have great infrastructure, the number of users are going to be quite low. As you improve the quality of that infrastructure, the feeling and safety of that infrastructure, you get more and more users. And again, trying to improve that connection from the mall location to the Tracks platform. One thing to point out, you'll see there on the left, the extension of the Porter Rockwell Trail. That is a trail that currently runs from Draper up through Sandy, parallel to the rail corridor. That is on a long-range plan for the Wasatch Front Regional Council, and the sort of dead-end point of that trail connection is right there at Winchester and the Tracks platform. So that would be a very significant network connection, not only for this neighborhood but for the city, and also help again with that kind of cross mode connections between rail, active transportation, and pedestrian networks. Major pinch point as identified during this process is that intersection of Winchester and State Street. If you're anyone but people in cars, that intersection is pretty hostile, and so we've talked with UDOT a couple times about long-range plans for a design of that intersection that all modes of transportation would feel safe using that, slowing the speed of traffic down at that point. So that all modes can flow freely through that without the number of conflicts that they are currently are. In looking at the amount of usage for this particular neighborhood, as far as the bike users go, the most used corridors, at least through this area, are Winchester, East and West gets used quite a bit for cyclists, and then Cottonwood Street, North and South, is kind of a low stress north and south connection through the neighborhood, and then south to Midvale. Public transportation improvements, as far as network connections, this neighborhood is kind of unparalleled in the ease of connections to public transit. Just about every rail line runs through the Fashion Place West platform, and so whether you're going to the university or you're going downtown or you're going to Daybreak or to Sandy, getting to that platform, you have a lot of choice as far as how far you can get. In looking at the bus connectivity, the 209 bus runs basically east from here and then all the way to downtown. We've been looking at how we could work with UTA to maybe adjust that route a little bit so it acts a little bit better as a circulator. So if someone doesn't want to make the walk from the platform to the mall site, that there's a high frequency circulator that gets them back and forth between those two. It already has pretty good frequencies, and so it's more a question of what is that alignment or what does the route look like so that it's a little bit easier to get to the front door of the mall and then there at the bus loop at the rail platform. Pedestrian connectivity is one that there's a lot of room for improvement, to say the least, between the platform and the mall site. There are sidewalks. They aren't great as far as quality or feelings of safety. And so one of the infrastructure projects that we'll mention in a bit is looking at how do we kind of globally improve the feeling of safety for pedestrians in this area. UDOT has the Cottonwood Bridge, so the bridge over 215 on Cottonwood Street and the Winchester Bridge over 215 are both on UDOT's radar for eventual replacement. And so when those projects come along, using that as an opportunity to widen sidewalks to improve the quality of those networks, that'll go a long way to, again, making that experience of walking between those two destinations a lot more comfortable and a little less feeling of danger for pedestrians. The other that I'll point out, if you can see, if I can zoom here, this intersection of Creek Drive and State Street, we've identified as one that an improvement of that intersection to better connect not only the residential area on the west side of State Street to the mall, but also the businesses on either side of State Street. Right now, if you're a pedestrian or a motorist, really there's no way to really get from one side of State Street to the other without going all the way north to 6100 South or all the way south to Winchester. And so breaking up kind of the distance between those is one that, again, the conversation with UDOT is one that takes a lot of time to kind of get the ball rolling there. Whether that's a pedestrian hybrid beacon where someone can kind of on demand ask for the light to turn to give them time to cross, or if it's a full traffic semaphore at that intersection, that's kind of a to be determined, sort of as much as we can get UDOT to cooperate at that point. That'll actually go a long way to helping the flow of not only pedestrian traffic but also auto traffic to have better control over that turn and the left turn activity there. Again, keeping that free flowing and have it signalized can improve the quality of that network. And then this is just kind of an example. In the plan itself, we've got some, I'll just show kind of as an example that same intersection of Creek Drive and State Street. So recommendations as far as that intersection is concerned, including something like a pedestrian crossing or a full traffic semaphore, making it a lot easier for connectivity across state. Hopefully, part of a larger project to improve the urban design streetscape along State Street as well. Other sort of fine-grained things. Other types of things, looking at the area around the platform itself. They're on the other end of Winchester, improving the connectivity at the north end. There's some gaps in the network there. If you're on foot coming from the north, we talked to several neighbors who live on the north side of 215 who walk to the platform, and basically that connection point on Cottonwood to the platform is kind of a missing piece to make it a little easier, rather than having to walk kind of all the way around the block to get to the platform. So a plan like this, again, there's sort of large scale plans that need to be addressed, and also kind of fine-grained things that can be kind of prioritized and improved over time as development comes along. The design guidelines section of this document is kind of the last section. At this point, we've just got kind of general concepts that we would recommend to the city to include. When it comes to design guidelines, we like to always stick with things that are, we'll say, not immutable, but very difficult to change. So looking at building placement and site design, it's very easy to change the look of a building or the style of a building, but where it's actually located on the street is something that is a lot more difficult to change. So sort of focusing the city's efforts as far as design guidelines go on the types of things such as, what does the ground floor of the building look like? How does it address the street? Where is the parking located? How high quality, or what's the quality of the pedestrian realm? Those are all things that the city really should focus in on in order to get the type of more walkable neighborhood around this area. So that section, when we send along a draft to you, you'll see really basic guidelines that say, here's the intent of something like this, something like a corner site. You've got a few really important corner sites within this area, and how the building addresses that corner can go a long way to emphasizing walkability or ignoring walkability. And so having kind of cut sheets like this in the design guideline, the city will then have that when development comes along, it says, okay, this is a corner site. Corners really kind of define the personality and the quality of the neighborhood, making sure that those design guidelines are present so that everyone involved understands what the intent and the kind of key concepts of that particular design guideline. So each of those, again, will have kind of key elements to focus on. And so when an application comes in front of you, you've got kind of a shorthand, kind of quick cut sheet to look at how do we address that? How do we talk with property owners about those sorts of things? Things like pushing parking behind development, improving, again, the quality of pedestrian realm, high quality urban furnishings, street trees, wide sidewalks, those sorts of things would be included in these design guidelines. We've talked a little bit with staff on how those might be implemented. We haven't settled anywhere with that, but looking at how would those design guidelines live within the adopted document, whether it's an overlay or a specific zoning code that would be applied just to this particular area. Those are things that we're working through now as we kind of work on finalizing a draft of the small area plan. We've got just the last couple minutes. I will we'll send all of this along to you, and so you can look through at your own pace. If you're interested, we've split the implementation recommendations into 3 phases: a short term of 0 to 5 years, a midterm of 5 to 10 years, and a longer term of 10 plus years. And so looking at how are things in the next couple of years going to shape out, the things that are the kind of the city's purview as far as policy changes. We'll look at specific zoning ordinance updates or rezones that might be recommended for the area, streetscape improvement and connectivity plans, infill types of development near the station. Having a couple catalytic projects near the platform can go a long way to kind of increasing the number of destinations in this area, and again, developing a kind of more walkable development format around around this area. The list of infrastructure projects, at the start of the processes, we were kind of hearing from different groups and stakeholders about the infrastructure improvements that were needed. What we've tried to do is sort of drop those into each bucket and kind of say, okay, this is something that could be accomplished in the next 5 years. Things that might take a little bit more time to coordinate between groups or stakeholders, maybe putting that off a little bit longer. The long-term projects are things that are, we'll say, a little bit or a lot more challenging, but could have a pretty large payoff, even if they do take several years to get to that. So things like Cottonwood Bridge reconstruction, that's a pretty large undertaking. Coordination there would be a long-term or a medium-term project with UDOT to make sure that the types of improvements that are needed there are included as they kind of go through their process. Bottom bullet point there, Fashion Place Mall site itself is not very pedestrian friendly. And they'll be the first to recognize that. When we met with them, they admitted as much. And so looking at how to improve within sort of on the back of curb, if we are, trying to create a place where people feel safer walking, once they get to the side of the mall, is there a clear path, and are those routes clearly marked and high quality? The longer term things, policy changes around changes in density and residential development, those are things that, again, as development kind of changes around the platform and along Winchester and the mall side, that's where you're going to see most of the change as far as infill goes within this particular area. Single-family neighborhoods, as most single-family neighborhoods would be mostly unchanged. You might see a couple small developments of, cottage homes or townhomes or something in appropriate places, but those types of neighborhoods, as you know, the amount of change we see over time is pretty minimal. The mall site itself, there's a lot of opportunity there for changes in development patterns to have that become a much more mixed use site rather than a single use kind of strictly retail site. Next steps, as I mentioned, we'll work on, we've been kind of working with the internal steering committee and city staff on developing a draft of the plan itself. Working through revisions and updates to that. We'll send you a copy of that draft to read through and make comment on. And then the next time we come to your commission, we'll look at kind of final conversations around adoption and revisions, hopefully for approval and adoption. And that is my last slide. Tell me, what questions can we answer while we've got a little bit of your time? Like I said, we'll send you a draft of what we've done thus far, and you can read through and make comment. But if you've got any questions right now, we're happy to answer any of those.
Any questions from the commission for Mr. Morris? Go ahead, Phil.
I don't really have any questions at this time, but I am really excited with the work that has been done. You've identified things that I've had residents in the area, family and so forth, tell me that are important to them, and it's really nice to see the emphasis on walkability. In my mind, those are things that can be addressed with improving the sidewalks and making it just a more welcoming environment for people to move up and down that street, regardless of their destination.
Yeah, that's great. That's great to hear. We heard the same when we had the open house and through the survey. I think that just people will walk if they feel that it's safe and comfortable to do so. And anyone who's walked through this neighborhood kind of identifies, there's a lot of gaps in that network. So that's good to hear.
I agree.
Did you get much feedback?
Mr. Ney and then Ms. Milkevich. Go ahead.
Thanks. Did you get much feedback on the northern neighborhood and the general walkability of that neighborhood proper? Because it seems like it doesn't have much of a sidewalk network in there.
Neither the north or the south single family neighborhoods have a very good sidewalk network. As you'll see here on this map, we've added a note at the bottom that says improved sidewalk conditions throughout the study area. Adding sidewalks through single-family neighborhoods is always a hot button issue. There are some people who absolutely want it everywhere, and there are some people who are ready to burn their house down if you come through and say you're going to put a sidewalk through. So that's something that I think is very important to keep on the table. We focus, I'd say, primarily on the more kind of outward facing pedestrian networks, Winchester, State Street, Cottonwood, as those are sort of collectors that bring people into more kind of public and commercial areas. But the networks in those single family neighborhoods are pretty spotty. You'll have a sidewalk and then it'll just kind of disappear and people kind of end up walking in the road.
Okay. Lisa?
I echo Phil's comments. I appreciate your hard work. It looks great. I had one quick question. A couple times you referred to widening sidewalks. What is considered a wide sidewalk?
It kind of depends on the context. I'd say in commercial areas, along Winchester, an 8-foot sidewalk, I would say would be a good scale of sidewalk for a corridor like that. An 8-foot sidewalk in front of someone's house would certainly not be the right width. But those corridors where you're trying to encourage, maybe on-street retail or dining or spaces like that, having at least 8 feet is, I'd say, kind of a minimum. As you get into more, busier areas, even wider than that could be appropriate.
I'm assuming that's including the State Street area as well. As probably 8 foot is the minimum.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I think that having wider sidewalks on State Street, one of the problems, among the many problems with State Street, the sidewalks there are really right up against traffic, and so when you're walking next to traffic moving at that rate of speed, you're never going to feel safe. And so we talked to UDOT a little bit and to Salt Lake City Transportation as well. They had gone through kind of Life on State 2.0 planning process about 18 months ago. And so we talked to them about the possibility of, when they're ready for kind of a 3.0 addressing of State Street, this area being a candidate for that. If UDOT is going to spend money on improving the quality of State Street and those sorts of things, we are hoping that they would maybe pay some attention to this corridor because of the kind of job center that Fashion Place is and could potentially increase in kind of pedestrian traffic.
Mr. Chairman, I've got one more question.
Mm-hmm. Sure, go ahead.
Did you get the sense that Fashion Place Mall wanted to make some changes to the walkability of their site? Because, they control that completely. That's not something that we have to wait for UDOT approval and city approval and all of that. They can get in there and they can designate areas and they can light areas and landscape areas to encourage that type of walkability.
Yeah. I'd say we definitely got the sense that they recognized that was a problem. The general manager himself, he said he had ridden the train to work a few times, but he said, the walk from the platform along Winchester isn't great, but once you get to that corner, you're just kind of wandering through the parking lot. There really is no clear route. And so he recognized that was a big failing on their part. I think they, with their new ownership, they certainly are looking at properties and how they redevelop them. And as that type of development comes along, the quality of that pedestrian network would change pretty drastically. That's not to say that they would, need to wait for something that scale to change that network, but they definitely recognize that as an issue. They didn't give us any sense that was something that was going to happen in the next, kind of next year or so. But I think if the city came back to them and said, here we're all, trying to work together to improve the walkability of this neighborhood, that, parking lot walkability is just a huge obstacle that even if the city were to do great things, there's a lot of work to be done on their side of the property.
I do want to jump in and just mention, I was reading through kind of the draft plan, and I Googled or Google mapped, the it's a 15-minute walk, which isn't terrible. It's a 15-minute walk from the transit station to Cheesecake Factory, for example. And I've done that walk, and it doesn't feel like 15 minutes. It feels like 30. So you can you can get that feeling from that. So you can definitely see that there's need to kind of to make that more enjoyable.
Yeah, and I think if the city comes back to fashion place management and maybe we identify a couple specific routes that say, let's figure out how to have a better pedestrian connection from the corner of Winchester and State to the front door of the mall, maybe identify a couple of those, and then they can kind of go to their ownership and say, here are some projects, improving landscaping, improving sidewalk connectivity, so that pedestrian kind of those connections are kind of put in motion to start improving those links.
Okay. Well, any more comments? Go ahead, Ned. Yeah, Ned, that's fine. Go ahead.
Mark, so maybe I missed it if I wasn't listening close enough. Did you talk any about open space? There's some pretty decent open spaces. I don't know who owns them exactly on the south, the south piece of this study, and then between or south of Winchester a little bit, and then west of State Street, there's pretty serious condominiums and apartment buildings. But is there some desire to get more open space in the area?
Yeah, that is a really good question. We actually we have talked a bit about open space within the study area. I think that the type of open space that you're probably referring to is kind of park types of space. We've looked at opportunities to improve that sort of thing. You've got some as far as on the north side near the senior center with ball fields, and that on the south side. There is a detention basin that, talking with the city's Parks and Rec department and the recent adoption of their new kind of long-range master plan, that detention basin, looking at opportunities to kind of make that a little bit more user-friendly, that it might have something like a walking path or play space, play structure, or things like that, so that it's a little bit more like a park and not just kind of a grassy detention basin. And that kind of aligns with a lot of what the county looks at as far as kind of functionality. That if it's there to take drainage during large rain events, but also has some benefit to the neighborhood, that would be a big plus. As far as kind of livability of the area, especially if you're bringing in more residential development, that you want to have good public space. I think with any development that happens in kind of more urban, sort of urban types of development, having kind of small plaza spaces and things like that are kind of scaled to new development would be something that we would include in those design guidelines to say, if you're developing in, an apartment building, you should have X number of square feet of kind of usable outdoor open space, whether it be more kind of urban plaza space or, park type space.
Okay. Awesome. Anything else from the commission? Any other questions for Mr. Morris or Mrs. Eichelberger? No? Okay. Just like the comments that echoed for the rest of the commission, I think it's great what you're putting together. I appreciate that so much of the focus is collaboration with all the different parties, with Fashion Place, with UDOT, with the city. I think it's wonderful. So that's pretty impressive, the results as well. 155, that's pretty good. So
yeah, great. We appreciate your time tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Morris, Ms. Eichelberger. Have a wonderful holiday, and I look forward to seeing you for the next draft.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Just a point of clarification, the email address planning@murray.utah.gov, it does work, but also planning commission I believe is the one that's on there. So you can do it to either one. Just want to make sure that everyone knows that you can send it to either email address. So, okay, with that, we will move into item number 5, which is rec demolition. And do we have the applicant on? Are they on with us? you know Zach? Have you seen him yet? I don't see.
Jared, who was the applicant on that one?
Tedis Melgar.
I think you're on mute, sir.
I'm just going to talk on mute all night. Apparently, that's one of the things. Tedis Melgar is the name that I had.
Okay. Yeah.
I admitted a Caleb C. I don't know.
Yeah.
If that would be him.
Caleb, are you the applicant? Okay. Well, why don't we have Jared go ahead and give us a presentation on rec demolition, and then if the applicant shows up, then we will talk with the applicant. So,
Great.
Jared, go ahead, Jared.
I will do that. Thank you. Make sure this is working. Can you all see that all right? Am I sharing it?
Looks amazing, Jared.
Great. Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. So this, as you said, is rec demolition. This is an application for a demolition contractor to go into units 77 and 78 in the commonly referred to as Garco Industrial Park. This is the site locator 500 West. The industrial park's here on the north side of Big Cottonwood Creek. This is unit 77 and 78 are right here. It is in the MG zone. We do require conditional use permits for contract services in the MG zone. We've had a lot of different users in these units over the years, but we've never had a demolition contractor or any kind of contractor for that matter. The site plan submitted by the applicant, you can see again really clearly, this is the creek, the roadway in, this is the main access to the industrial park. Come in and they're just right here, 77 and 78. You can see Cottonwood Creek there. And the striping in front of the building, this is mostly worn out, as we mentioned in the staff report, needs to be restriped. As you can see from the floor plan that they submitted, there are a couple of bay doors indicating the two units. The wall that used to separate the two units is long gone. There is an 8-foot bay door on the back side of the unit as well, and then just a bathroom. The office space has been removed, et cetera. There's nothing but the restroom and open shop space. So parking for it, because of our limited parking requirements in open shop space and warehousing, there's only a requirement of 2 or 3 parking stalls. I believe they'll have several more than that if they stripe them appropriately. But we are asking for, as you can see right here in this overhead, we're asking that one of these parking stalls that are available next to the overhead doors be striped for ADA compliance, a van accessible stall. We had required one in the past in this area, but I did not find it as I looked around, and we tried to do one per 25 stalls. So we're asking that the restriping that you can see clearly needs to be redone here include a handicap accessible space. We are recommending approval. He's basically just going to store his vehicles and equipment for the contracting business in the warehousing. There's really no office function, but to go out on job sites for demo. With these 7 conditions, that they get licensing, that they stripe the parking, and that they keep that access clear. It was brought up that the fire department, emergency services, they have concerns sometimes with the nature of this park and some of the vehicles. There's so many vehicles all the time. They want to make sure this access remains open and clear. So all activity to happen inside the building. Any questions for staff at this point?
Any questions from the commission for Mr. Hall? Okay. I mean, we've seen a lot of these come through, and I think Mr. Hall, you mentioned something that seems to come up almost every time we have one in these development. It's that we looked for the ADA, it wasn't striped, so we're requiring it again. So it feels like that comes up every time, and so I guess I know it has to be proximity and make sure that there's one every so many parking spaces, but just seems like that's always an issue in this one.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. So is the applicant here, Mr. Tedis Melgar?
Sorry.
Okay. Well, that's okay. All right. Well, sorry, just lost my video here, but we're all right. Okay. All right. Well, then I guess we will open it up for public comment. And see if there's any public comments. Susan or Zach or Jared, have we received any on this one?
We did not receive any prior to the meeting. I don't I don't know that we've received any coming up to it. If you want to give it a minute or two.
Yeah, we'll give it a minute. While we're waiting for that, just so the public knows, what we do is we ask, the applicant, even though they're not on here, they still will be subject to complying with all 7 of these conditions if this does get approved by the Planning Commission this evening. So even typically what we do is we ask the applicant if they're willing, if they are familiar with, if they've read and they're willing to abide by these, and then they usually say yes. But the city will check each one of these before they will ever be able to proceed with the project. So this happens occasionally where the applicant is not on, and we're unable to ask them the questions and get that for the record. But because of that, that's why I wanted to make sure that anyone watching understands that that's how the process works, that the city will make sure that all 7 of those conditions are met. So, all right, Susan, or anything come in from public? Okay, well, with that, go ahead. Susan, what did you say?
We have not received any.
Okay. All right. Then with that, we will close the public comment portion on this item. Bring it up here to the commission for any discussion or a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion that the Planning Commission approve a conditional use permit to allow the operation of a demolition contractor business on the property located at 4195 South, 500 West, units numbers 77 and 78, subject to the conditions 1 through 7.
Mr. Chair, I'll second that motion.
Okay. All right. I have a motion by Mr. Hacker to approve the conditional use permit to allow the operation of a demolition contractor business on the property located at 4195 South, 500 West, unit 77 and 78, subject conditions 1 through 7, and a second by Ms. Milkevich. All right, Mr. Hall.
I will call.
You're going to call for a vote?
Sure. Mr. Hacker.
Yes.
Ms. Milkevich.
Yes.
Mr. Ney.
Yes.
Mr. Markham.
Yes.
Ms. Patterson.
Yes.
Ms. Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Woodbury.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion passes, and Mr. Melgar, as you go back and I'm sure listen to this for some fun viewing pleasure later, good luck on your business. Thank you for choosing to do business in Murray. And if you have any questions, just talk to the staff. They'll be happy to answer any of your questions. So, all right, now we will move on to item number 6, which is Waterscape Landscaping. And is the applicant here? I didn't see a name on this.
Yes, I am.
Okay, who's the applicant? Michael Stout. Okay, perfect. Mr. Stout, we will come to you shortly. We'll have Jared give us a presentation, and then we will come to you. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this is an application for conditional use permit to allow a landscaping contractor, 5909 and 5915 South Stratler Street. There are two properties that are used in conjunction. You can see them both here. One of the properties is improved with a building, some cement parking up front. The other is less improved. It's gravelled and used for storage. And we'll get into that just a little bit more in a moment. It is in the MG zone, the manufacturing zone. Again, contractors, just like the previous application in the MG zone, are required to get conditional use permit approval before they can begin operations. The property, this is the site plan the applicant submitted. They intend to use the property pretty much as is, with some improvements to the exterior. The building interior, just as it is, there's a small space for reception and an office and a restroom. The rest of this building is open for shop space to keep their equipment, etc. But the business operations would come from here too, but that's minimal. Most of the work's done in the field. I think I put in your report, there can be up to 25 employees, but they're all working on site every day, different places, and that force reduces during the winter when it's just snowplow. This parking area in the front can be striped to accommodate about 4 cars or 3 spaces with handicap accessible striping, and we need that to be part of the improvements. There's plenty of parking on this other site on the gravel lot that they're going to use in conjunction, and then there's some storage space in the rear of the building as well. A small gate right here to get to that. So we're not concerned about the parking, but we have included a condition that it be striped. There's plenty of backing distance for it, but we got to see it striped with some handicap accessible space near the building. Just want to talk about these two different properties a little bit. The building that's here would be used as it is, as we said. There's some landscaping, 10 feet as is appropriate, and they've proposed to put a fence behind that 10-foot line to kind of secure the sites with a sliding gate. That's entirely appropriate. In the commercial zones, we allow fences in front yards, but behind that 10-foot landscaping requirement. So there is some landscaping improvement that needs to be done here. Fortunately, the applicant is a landscaping contractor, so I foresee few conflicts with that, but you never know. There's some landscaping that needs to be added in that 10-foot area behind the property line here on the south property, that 5915 south, and an access that needs to be improved. This is pretty much just open access across, although they've used bollards and chains to kind of section off about 35 feet. That's fine, that's appropriate, but it ought to be installed as a true access as it is on the north property at 5909. So the city engineer required that, planning echoes that requirement. We want to see this put in as a true improvement. We can talk about that more in the next couple of slides. You can see that better in this photograph. That kind of improvement for that access is what we need to see happen here formally, then that additional landscaping to get that kind of effect that you see on the further south. Stratler's pretty well improved, actually. We're just missing the improvement through this one parcel. One of the engineer's requirements is that if a project exceeds $5,000 in costs, we require the installation or repair of improvements that exist. Since this sidewalk's never been put in, if the improvements that are necessary for this exceed $5,000, we'll ask for the sidewalk to be installed as well. And that's one of the conditions that you see in your conditions of approval recommended. Just a couple of photographs, you can see that better. The sidewalk's already here on the north property. We would require it on the south property. This is where that access would be formalized a bit. And then again, you can see that a little better. They've got those bollards up, okay, creating that 35-foot access, and just kind of that missing tooth of that sidewalk area there. So we're anticipating getting that put in probably. We're not sure what the costs are, but we'll let the applicant let us know as they get into the project. We are recommending approval with those conditions that you see listed there. We talked about most of those in the presentation. Notably the parking stalls and that sidewalk if it's over 5,000, and the 10-foot landscaping frontage of Stratler Street for both those lots. Any questions for staff at this point?
Any questions from the commission for Mr. Hall? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Hall. We appreciate it. And now, Mr. Stout, if you want to give your name and address for the record, and then go ahead and tell us anything you would like us to know about this project.
Great. My name's Michael Stout. Currently, Waterscape operates out of North Salt Lake. We're right on Redwood Road and 200 North in North Salt Lake. But we're excited to move to this location. I'm fine with all the conditions. I do plan on putting that sidewalk in. I don't know, we're not going to do a lot of improvements, but I like the idea of formalizing that entrance, and then we can add that sidewalk, no problem, and the landscape buffer as well. So, no real questions. We're excited about it.
Good. Well, thank you, Mr. Stout. We really appreciate also your willingness to put in the sidewalk, regardless of the number of the cost of the improvements. Any questions for the applicant from the commission at this point? Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Stout, we're going to open it up to the public, see if there's any public comments. And so if you hold on one second. So with that, we will open this item up for public comment. Again, you can send emails at planningcommission@murray.utah.gov or planning@murray.utah.gov. So, and while we wait for that, Mr. Stout, we certainly do appreciate you coming to Murray. You know, it's always great to have more businesses here. So that's, do you live here locally, or is that why Murray, or just because we're so awesome?
No, actually, I live in South Weber, which is kind of sandwiched between Layton and Ogden.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a drive for me, but Murray is the center of the Salt Lake Valley. And that's why I am excited to be there. So we have projects down in Utah County all the way up. We're in Logan today. And so a central location for us is kind of what we're looking for.
Well, good. We'll appreciate that. Susan, did we receive any public comment?
We have not received any.
Okay, well, with that, we'll go ahead and close the public comment portion, and we'll bring it back to the commission. Are there any comments or questions, or does someone would like to make a motion?
I'd like to have a question real quick before we make a motion.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Bukevich.
Question for the commissioners. So earlier we discussed a little bit that condition number 3 in the 7 conditions states the 35-foot access on the south lot shall be improved to meet standards in conjunction with any required public improvements. Does that require a little bit of discussion? I personally would feel better if it was a little bit more precise. Might say improve. Lot shall be improved to meet city engineer standards. But is everyone else okay with the wording, or is it? What are your thoughts?
I think, and well, any thoughts for that? But if not, I mean, you're always welcome to make a motion with any sort of modification you want. Any thoughts about the clarification from the commission?
I think Mr. Stout was so willing to do everything we required, it might not be necessary. So what's the commission believe?
Well, I think, Lisa, if you feel strongly enough about it, a motion establishing a condition is the only way to ensure that it will be done.
Okay. I just like the clarity of it to make sure being clear who you should work with.
Yeah.
I'm sure Mr. Stout will work with whoever he needs to work with, but.
Yeah, and I think I appreciate Ms. Milkevich. I appreciate and always appreciate every meeting to make sure that the clarity of all the items and sometimes they certainly, as we discussed in the pre-meeting, could be a little bit more clear and even adding engineering and who they direct. One of the great things about the process is as the applicants continue to work with the city staff serves as that lighthouse to direct them in the sea of rocks in the project. So was that profound, Jared?
Yes. Super cool.
So I mean, Ms. Milkevich, you're welcome to add that if you would like. Anyone can make a motion.
I agree that our staff is an amazing staff. Hopefully you feel like I rarely question you. Just from the public's perspective, not knowing what our staff knows, it might help us to be, if it's clear. If I were to move for this small little change to be placed in the wording, when would I do that? Would I move now?
You would make a motion now, and you would make any additions to that condition in your motion, if you feel like that's what you'd like to do.
If everybody's nodding, I'll go ahead and do that. Okay. All right, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that I'd like to move that the Planning Commission approve a conditional use permit to allow the operation of a landscaping contractor business on the properties addressed 5909 South and 5915 South Stradler Street, with conditions 1 through 7, with a small correction made to condition number 3 to read the 35-foot access on the south lot shall be improved to meet city engineering standards in conjunction with any required public improvements.
Okay.
Standards with any required public improvements.
I will second that.
Okay, perfect. I have a motion, a well-devised motion by Ms. Milkevich. Thank you for that. To approve a conditional use permit to allow an operation of a landscaping contractor business on the properties addressed 5909 South and 5915 South Stradler Street, subject to conditions 1 through 7, with a modification to item number 3 that reads: the 35-foot access on the south lot shall be improved to the city to meet the city engineering standards with any required public improvements. And then we have a second by Mr. Markham.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order. At this point, do we need the applicant to say they can? There's not a significant change in the conditions, so we're good, right?
Yeah, and he already said he can meet the conditions. So
silly me, sorry.
Yep, we're good. So and Mr. Markham with the second. Okay, Mr. Hall.
Ms. Milkevich.
Yes.
Mr. Markham.
Yes.
Mr. Ney.
Yes.
Mr. Hacker.
Yes.
Ms. Patterson.
Yes.
Ms. Wilson.
Yes.
And Mr. Woodbury.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Stout, your motion passes. Congratulations. And thank you so much for a wonderful free advertisement for the value of doing business in Murray. We sure do appreciate that. So we all think it's a wonderful place for the same reasons that that you did, central location and brings a lot of value. So thank you so much for choosing to do business here. We wish you best of luck in your business moving forward. So thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Stout. Have a wonderful holiday as well. All right, on to item number 7, which is a conditional use permit to allow a gasoline service station at
Zach,
55.
I'm gonna stop for sure.
Yeah, 5568 South Van Winkle Expressway. And Zach, you will be doing this one, so we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Chairman. Let me just go ahead, start this guy. I have a feeling you're seeing the wrong thing.
Not seeing anything.
Oh, cool. Well, that's helpful.
I guess I'm seeing my mug every time I speak, but.
Let's see. Of course. All right. I'm still having technical difficulties. Jared, will you just share it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's hard for Jared to share sometimes, but we appreciate it. Thank you.
I know. But he's really such a great sharer too.
He
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So yes, this is a conditional use permit for a new gasoline service station. It's a 7-Eleven located at the property approximately 5568 South Van Winkle Expressway. Jared, if you go to the next slide. It's located approximately here. As you guys will remember, last meeting or you as the land use authority approved a subdivision amendment to create a new lot for this 7-Eleven, and that's highlighted here in yellow. If you could go to the next slide, Jared. It is in the CD zone, and gasoline stations with convenience stores and vice versa are allowed subject to a conditional use permit in this zone. With that, could you go to, here you go, you can see the initial plat showing lot 5 there as well. So if you go to the next slide, please. This is the main site plan for 7-Eleven. So you can see up in, I wish I could do it. You can see the canopy of where the pumps are located there on the east side and the main 7-Eleven building closer to the west side. 7-Eleven intends to operate 24/7 and have approximately 3 to 4 employees at a time. I should clarify, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and have approximately 3 to 4 employees at their highest shift. If you would go to the next, please. This is the grading, the proposed grading plan, grading and drainage. So you can see all those little lines are pointing to little catch basins and things like that. Jared, you could go to the next one. This is, again, I believe it's stormwater showing here, getting out to the public utility stuff. You could go to the next slide here. This is erosion control. So this is pretty important. Most of the time, a lot of issues come up or public comments come up regarding where construction is going to be held. As you can see up on that the north side of the project, you can see their staging area where they're going to be putting materials and the construction support activities and keeping everything there. You could go to the next slide, please. The landscaping plan, which they have provided an adequate site plan, but it is missing a single tree and a single 5-gallon shrub. As was stated in your packet, it was just a miss. It was just a miss by rounding. I round up. It was above 5 and round down from 4.9 and below. So they just needed one more tree and one more 5-gallon shrub, and this is all golden. So I will go, I'll pause here for a moment because this is a good place to keep this. So setbacks in the CD zone are 20 feet. The property or that landscaping area signifies approximately 10 feet of that landscaping or of that setback, I apologize. The applicant has proposed approximately 119 feet from the main building to the property line. So it's a significant setback, no issues there. And the canopy is 31 feet from the property line. You could, let's see. The applicants have proposed a dumpster enclosure. It's on the bottom left-hand side of your screen there. It does meet city standards, so no concerns. If you could go to the next slide, please. Okay, well, I will touch on this first. So as you will hear, I don't know if it was in the comments submitted to the Planning Commission, but one of the issues was lighting and light spillover. So once I received that comment, I asked, and I didn't receive it in time to include it in your packet, but I did receive a photometric plan. As you can see here, all those things, and you can see on the right hand of your screen is going to be pretty much the Van Winkle Expressway. So that 0.1, that's going to be 0.1 foot candles at that point. That pretty much means, and I'd have to lay this into something, but I'm confident that at that point you're actually not at that residential area. So I don't anticipate any additional light spillover. It might actually improve from the existing, what's existing there, the very tall lights that were installed as part of that project. And then let's go ahead and go to the next one. Perfect. So building materials are largely brick facade with, you can see the shale brown, the red brick, and then kind of that Sherwin-Williams sealskin, which is just a fancy word for a dark, like a black. So especially with, and then it will be with, you know, standard 7-Eleven colors for signage, things like that. So, and I will address height here as well. The applicants are proposing approximately an 18-foot high building, 18 feet 8 inches, which is significantly lower than the 35 feet they are allowed at minimum. If you're within 100 feet of a residential district, you have to maintain 35 feet or lower. So this is already far and above meeting that. So staff really has no concerns there. If you could go to the next one, please. This is the rear. They provided kind of black and white drawings here, but it's going to be largely the same. I believe it's going to be that beige color across the back and sides with the red mixed in the fronts as well. If you could go to, this is floor plan for the area. On the right-hand side, you can see kind of the, where, you know, your cold drinks would be. Left-hand side looks like it's going to be where they might have an office and restrooms. Excuse me. If you could go to the next slide. Couple photos. I'm lazy, I guess you could say, and I reused the pictures from the subdivision amendment because it was a nice day. So I reused the same ones. So, and I'll address parking at this point too. The shopping center has approximately 717 stalls. The parking for this project was calculated at about one space per 200 square feet of net usable area. The building is approximately 3,000 square feet, which resulted in about 12 spaces required after net is taken out. So it had ample parking as it was. The new building does remove approximately 36 stalls, resulting in a total of 681 stalls for the entire project. Staff does not see any issue with that whatsoever. Let's see. And if you could, access, let's stay here. Access is provided off of Van Winkle with one right in, one right out. And then there are actually, I need to make a correction from your staff report. There are 2 accesses onto 5600 South. There's one behind the shopping center, and then there is one located, if you look at the photo on your bottom left, there's an access right next to extra space storage. Those both are full accesses with rights, lefts, any way you want to go. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide, which is we are recommending approval of this gasoline station. I apologize, I didn't fix the thing on it. I apologize. The addresses. So, but we are recommending subject to these 9 conditions here. Are there any questions I can answer at this point?
I have a question, Zach.
Go for it.
So in the diagram on the very northeast corner of the plan, adjacent to the sidewalk, there's a monument sign. And there's a monument sign currently on the property. My question is this going to be a new sign or reconstruction of the existing sign? And then in the conditions, number 2, it talks about signs and stamping and calculations and whatnot, which may be on the building, but I guess I'm more interested in the monument sign that's shown in the drawings. Right there, exactly.
Yeah, that's correct. That is correct. It's actually a moving. They would be moving the sign from where its current location is. Jared, if you could go back to the aerial, that would be great. So it's really hard to see. So I think it's you can actually see its shadow in the yellow box, Jared, right in the middle. There. You can kind of see its shadow projecting. That's the current sign. It's actually going to be moving to the north at that point.
Zach, can I ask you 2 questions?
Please.
So as to one, it's unclear in today's drawings and the drawings 2 weeks ago if the Walmart drop-off building, which was prior a bank, is that prior to the Walmart was a bank, will that remain or will it be removed?
It's going to stay. For all, as far as I know, I'll have the applicants speak to that. But as everything that I've seen, it's planned to remain.
Okay, it's because part of the reason I asked is because the new plot line goes right through the building, I think, and does that affect parking, or is that everything's taken into consideration?
So for this, if looking at this slide here, that actually isn't the property line. That's kind of zooming in, telling you this is the area it's being shown. What Jared is highlighting with his mouse right now is the actual property line.
Okay. Thank you. I think I asked my second question. What kind of third? A lot of the comments we got from neighbors were about proximity of gas stations to each other. They feel like there's a lot of gas stations in this area. Our city doesn't have any ordinance stating how far apart gas stations must be, right? Be on top of each other. We can't really do anything about that.
That's correct. So this is private property, and if I can't, we as staff can't recommend, and we can't prohibit somebody from constructing something that's allowed in a zone, whether conditional or not. We can only go so far as to mitigate potential impacts. So there may be additional, a lot of different types of convenience stores in the area. All you can say is this is just an opportunity for more competition between them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any more questions from the commission for Mr. Smallwood? A wonderful presentation as always.
Thank you.
I guess maybe one
Go ahead,
more,
Lisa. You're fine.
maybe one more. A lot of our, I think this is appropriate timing. The letters we've read prior to the meeting from neighbors, they also had some concerns about traffic, and I think that's the only thing we haven't addressed in this presentation yet thus far.
Yeah, let me go ahead. Yeah, I'll address it at this point. I do know that some of the emails that have come since also have asked questions about traffic. So I was going to wait until those were done, but I'll go ahead and I'll take care of it now. So as you can see here on this slide, for example, thank you, Jared. It's like you read my mind. You can see that dashed orange line. That is actually city boundary. So there are two aspects there. One, it's outside of Murray City entirely, almost. We have a little small section of right-of-way right there, but not much. The second is Van Winkle Expressway is a UDOT road, and I can't, we don't have control of that. There's a lot of inhibiting factors there. As we will see, I'm not sure if it was in one of the emails that was supplied to you prior to the meeting or prior to the packet being out, but there was a request for a wall to be installed. At this point, I can't require that on an adjacent property. What I would suggest for those that are in attendance, viewing online, is definitely contact the community, either your planning department or your community development department within Holiday City, and start working with them and working with the Utah Department of Transportation, because they will be the ones that are able to build a new wall along that section there. I understand that there may be, noise and light and possibly smells that could be concerning to residents, and I totally get that. There's just not a mechanism for us, as this is literally the edge of Murray, and I can't do anything to require UDOT to put that on there.
That's a great question that you had, Ms. Milkevich, and Mr. Smallwood. Thank you for addressing it. As Lisa said, that many of the comments we have previously received did relate to those. So I appreciate you addressing that now. So with that, I think we'll bring the applicant up. It looks like Mr. Tate, and I noticed that he was here. So Mr. Tate, if you would like to say your name and address for the record. And you're certainly welcome to address any of those concerns that Mr. Smallwood or Ms. Milkevich addressed, and then tell us anything else about the project. But Mr. Tate, go ahead.
All right. Thanks for having me. Jake Tate with Anderson, Wallen and Associates. Address is 2010 North Redwood Road, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84116. Just like to thank you again for letting us be here. We're excited to kind of get the revitalization of this area going. This is kind of phase one in that process. Phase two actually deals with one of those items, and that's in the near future, we're looking to replace all of the existing parking lot lights on the complex with LED low energy fixtures. And so they will match or be very like the ones that are going to be used with the 7-Eleven facility. So we are taking steps as far as lighting going. There are certain candle feet we have to keep just for safety reasons, but the LED lights do help us have a little more control over lighting in the shopping center than the incandescent bulbs that are being used that have been there for decades. So that is in the process. The Walmart, just to address some of the questions, the Walmart is staying, we're not touching. We are running an ADA route from the street on 56 through Walmart and up to 7-Eleven to help meet ADA codes, but the Walmart's staying there, the delivery center. So that's not going anywhere. And one comment about the signage and the relocation of that pylon sign. As we've got Yesco involved and they're looking at how we're going to relocate that sign. currently it's technically on lot 3, which is what allows us to have 2 large shopping center signs along there. And so by moving it to the north of our property, it would put it on lot 1, which then it doesn't work. So we're in the process of potentially moving that down to the south by the Walmart. There's a landscape strip there right along the street, just right of your cursor down. Yep, right there. We're looking at putting it in that lower corner, a little closer to the street, where it would be on lot 3 still. But when with the changing of the lot lines with the subdivision plat, that became an issue. So we're in the process of that. But per one of your conditions of approval, I think it said that any signage needs to meet the city code, and that's definitely what we're trying to do, is meet the city code. So that's appropriate, and we have read all of those conditions and are okay with all of the ones that are presented. We have no issue meeting those, and look forward to it. I would like to say a couple things on traffic. We are cognizant that anytime you add a use to an existing shopping center, there will be additional traffic. However, we feel this is a rather ideal place. As Zach mentioned, the parking lot, as you can see in that aerial that's on the screen right now, there is extra space. We find that this first step in revitalizing the area will really help bring people to the shopping center. I wish 7-Eleven or the owner, CCA, could control how people drive along Van Winkle. They can't control people speeding on Van Winkle. They can't control people flipping U-turns at the light. Unfortunately, there's only so much that they can control, but they have provided a very efficient site plan that gets people off the streets into the site and then back out to the site efficiently. And hopefully people will obey traffic laws and kind of take that responsibility on themselves. So that's kind of where we're looking at there. I have more to say, but I probably think a lot of the questions that I would address will come directly from more questions from you, and maybe some of the questions that are brought up. Are we going to read through the actual letters and I can go through,
Yeah.
or would you like me to address them now?
Yeah, Mr. Tate, what we'll do is we'll actually open it up to the public, and then after those, when we receive additional comments, they will be read into the record by staff. And then after that isn't done and we close the public comment, then you're welcome to address any of the comments that came in. And so we definitely will have you back on if that's okay.
Yeah, that's great. I think that's probably best. That way I can specifically address the concerns that may be brought up. But I am happy to address any questions you might have on the proposition that's placed before you.
Yeah, perfect. So commissioners, any questions for the applicant at this point? Okay. All right. So what we'll do is we will open up the public comment portion. So feel free to email your comments. I will acknowledge that in our packet and the packet that was posted online, we did receive emails from a Marnie Haymond that came in on Monday, June 22nd. We also received an email from Jennifer Caldwell of Holiday that also came in on the 20th. And then we received an email from Robson Akiro Oshiro that came in on the 24th. And those have been, they are in the packet. So if anyone wants to look at that, they can see those. And so at this point, we will open it up to the public comment. And Susan, as you receive them, then go ahead and I guess.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
There was one additional email that you forgot to mention.
Who was
from
that?
Gail, I can't pronounce her last name. Gail Matsumiya.
Was it? Did I miss one? Okay. Well, thank you for bringing that up. I'm not sure where I put that on my paper. So thank you for bringing that up.
June 26th was received.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Oh, there it is. I see it. Thank you so much, Gail Matsumiya. Thank you, Ms. Milkevich, for keeping me on task. So. Okay, so there were 4 different letters that came in. So thank you, Lisa. All right, Susan, have we received any additional?
We have received 7 since the packets went out on Friday, the 26th, prior to this meeting. 7 of which we received, and I will read them per verbatim. The first one received on Friday, June 26th, late evening, from a Lawrence T. Morgan. I live at 1542 East Barcon Road, one of the neighborhood property owners less than 500 feet from the proposed site. The reason for my concern is noise, both visible and sound, not to mention an extreme rise in danger. Number one, danger from the fact of historically deadly accidents on that corner less than 50 feet from the 50-mile-per-hour intersection. Cars have careened or been ejected far into that property more than once, right where the proposed gas pumps are. My wife has lived at this location for 53 years and has seen cars crash and fly into the pond by the bank. The neighbor on the northeast corner of 56th and Van Winkle has had their cinder block wall and fence mowed down, crashing into their RV, as well as just landing next to their front steps numerous times. A gas station that close to the road is asking for disaster. Number two, danger from traffic exiting the property, flipping U-turns on a red light, adding to the already reckless members of the Vasa Gym doing the same thing. Number three, visible noise from the super bright gas pump lights that will be on 24/7, disturbing everyone for a long way off. Number four, increased sound from cars squealing out and slamming brakes to stop abruptly at all hours of the night. But above all the obvious other reasons is the simple premise: we already had a complete gas station and C-store and restaurant and ice cream parlor less than a block away, so this project is unneeded. Again, this proposal doesn't even make independent sense from the standpoint of customer flow. The 7-Eleven less than 1 mile away, both south and west, took out their gas pumps because of the lack of business. Also, there are plenty of gas stations not more than a mile away already still open, but the Shell station across from Holiday Oil Chevron closed completely for lack of business, and the Chevron on 9th and 56th is barely holding on. So why does 7-Eleven want to open a gas station that isn't needed by any stretch of the imagination? Then received a second comment from Jennifer Caldwell. One was included in your packet, and we received the second one on June 29th. Hi again. After researching more, I do not want 7-Eleven near my home at all. I do not want to deal with gas fumes, lights, and increased traffic noise. I'm already stressed enough dealing with the parking night lots and bright, annoying, ugly, chunky signs from the Walmart, Extra Space Storage, and Vasa. I do not want to look at 7-Eleven every day, right across from my backyard. No, thank you. Here are two pictures, and you'll see why I'm dead against having 7-Eleven there. How would you feel if you have 7-Eleven built right in front of your house or back of your house? The proposed area is right across from my backyard. And then she has a photo showing the view from her living room. Please reject the plan to build 7-Eleven and gas station right there. I would support a local garden center there with limited hours instead of a 7-Eleven. Please, if this happens to you, how would you feel? Frustrated, angry, stressed, sick from fumes, maybe a lawsuit. Thank you for your time to read my email and check out the pictures. And that's from Jennifer Caldwell. And the next one was received from Takanori and Mila Komatsu on June 27th. We are Takanori and Mila Komatsu, and we live on the east side of Edgewood Drive. We are writing to express our strong opposition to the development of the 7-Eleven with gas pump and oppose the city council's approval of the conditional use permit due to the below reasons. The conditional use permit specifies that the following conditions must be met, specifically for A and B. And then A, he cites that the proposed use of the particular location is necessary or desirable to provide a service or facility which will contribute to the general well-being of the community and the neighborhood. And I believe he's quoting our general plan. And then he says the 7-Eleven is not necessary or desirable business for the residents in the community. There are already three 7-Elevens within 1 mile radius of the proposed location. One at 900 East and 5600 South, 2 900 East and 59 South, and 3 6400 South and Van Winkle. There are also 5 convenience stores / gas stations within the same 1 mile radius of the proposed location. Phillips 66 at 1300 East and 5600 South, the Chevron at 900 East and 5600 South, the Sinclair at 900 East and 5400 South, a Chevron at 130 East Vine Street, and a Chevron on Highland Drive in Van Winkle. In short, there are a total of 8 convenience stores, 5 of which offer gas pump service to the local community. Item B, that such use will not, under the circumstances of the particular case, be detrimental to the health, safety, or general welfare of persons residing or working in the vicinity, or injurious to property or improvements in the vicinity. And again, he's quoting from the general plan. Development of a 24/7 gas station is detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the residents that live in the adjoining neighborhoods due to the following reasons. Number 1, increased light pollution. The existing development has already contributed to light pollution because of the parking lots that are on all night and shine into residents' homes, which affects the ability to have a restful sleep. Number 2, increased noise and traffic incidents. We already experience frequent speeding on Van Winkle and noise due to the existing traffic. The 24/7 gas station has a potential to attract patrons that would negatively contribute to noise and traffic disturbances in the area. We have already seen the aftermath of multiple accidents that have occurred near the intersection of 5600 and Van Winkle. Number 3, increased potential of loitering and criminal activity. If there is a 24/7 convenience store / gas station, there is the potential to attract more unwanted congregation and loitering near residential areas. We already experience loitering and reckless behavior in the empty parking lot currently. We often hear groups of individuals revving their engines and driving donuts and figure eights in the parking lot at night. You can see the evidence of this activity by the tire marks left behind. While we support meaningful development on the site, we do not support a convenience store / gas station as outlined above. We already have enough light pollution, noise and traffic issues, and loitering activity. Please do not add more to this neighborhood. And then he's attached a photo of the adjacent residents in relation to the proposed gas station. And the next one actually was received from the same individuals, Takanori and Mila Komatsu, on July 2nd. Dear Planning Commission, we had the opportunity to review the 2017 Murray City General Plan and the vision that the city hopes to accomplish for the short and long term. There are a couple of lines in particular that struck us, and quotes from the general plan. A well-planned city creates a more desirable place to live and a more sustainable city, financially, socially, and environmentally. And then, unquote. The proposed site is located near a future neighborhood node identified in the plan with the goal of diversification and recrafting in a pedestrian-oriented manner, and serve to create a vibrant village setting within easy access of surrounding nearby neighborhoods / residential areas. And that is taken from Initiative 5 in our general plan. Although our neighborhood is across Van Winkle and Holiday, and the proposed site is at the edge of Murray, it does not mean that the surrounding areas are any less important to the wider context. With this in mind, would you please provide some recommendations for conditions to the Planning Commission to consider? Number 1, request applicant to move the location of the pump dispensers and storage tanks to the interior of the lot between extra space storage and the 7-Eleven building to further mitigate residents' exposure to noxious fumes emitted from the gas station pumps and vents. Number 2, request applicant to ensure the lighting is, in addition to downward facing, is also dark sky compliant. Although Murray does not have specific lighting ordinance in place, since changes to lighting are anticipated on the entire site, this would be an opportune time for change. It would be beneficial to the communities nearby and further mitigate light noise from entering our homes. Number 3, request that additional green space is created along Van Winkle to mitigate noise pollution and light noise and improve the view from the residents' backyards. As the Planning Commission and the authority in land use, and with the growing body of research showing the harm gas stations pose to the nearby residents, we ask that the Planning Commission seriously consider the above conditions. We also turn to the Planning Commission and ask you to imagine being in the same position as the residents. Would you be compelled to put safeguards in place for your families and community? The next comment that we received is from Gretchen Ratzlaff, and this was submitted on Sunday, June 28th. I live in the neighborhood adjacent to the proposed 7-Eleven at 5586 South Van Winkle. We walk out our back fence gate into the Voss Gym parking lot. It is my feeling that it is completely unnecessary to build a 7-Eleven at this proposed site, and I am vehemently opposed to it. First, the Sunburst, located a very short distance from 7-Eleven, provides gas and grocery sundries. It is well maintained and open all hours. Second, there is a 7-Eleven located nearby, just past the Cottonwood Veterinarian Urgent Care. And lastly is an email received from Emily Kurzik, and this was submitted on June 30th. I am a citizen of Holiday in the neighborhood just east of the planned 7-Eleven gas station on Van Winkle. This is not favorable for the area. Not only will it negatively impact locally owned businesses in the area, it will impact the residents in the surrounding neighborhoods. I live in a home that is near the intersection of 5600 South and Van Winkle. I see frightening car crashes at this intersection almost monthly, to the degree of severe injuries and even cars coming through the fences of people bordering Van Winkle toward their homes and families. The hasty plan of putting in such a large gas station at this intersection will impact negatively the traffic in the area, safety of homes and homeowners, as well as the children walking to and from the 4 schools within the short distance of this intersection. The idea of having a convenience store like 7-Eleven at this intersection scares me for the safety of my family, with additional people drawn to the area, possibly affecting the safety of our neighborhood. The roads are not prepared for this introduction. The neighborhoods are not excited, rather much to the opposite, and the businesses will be impacted that make the community our home. I would hate to see local businesses and residents suffer for the idea of convenience. I oppose this gas station being built and will commit to avoiding it. It truly makes me rethink living in the area that we do. That is it, and I do not see any additional comments submitted during this meeting.
Well done, Ms. Nixon. You always do a wonderful job reading those in. I think if the planning gig doesn't work out for you, you've got a nice voice for radio. So there you go. You can always. But thank you for the additional comments. Jared, did you have a comment?
No, it's me.
Zach, sorry.
If I could interrupt, there was another email from, and I apologize, that it must be my bad. I apologize. But there was an additional email from Ms. Komatsu that was in between the two that I think is very important that we discuss. I don't know.
Was that submitted before or one that came in tonight, or is it in our packets?
On the 1st, I believe.
Okay, so we don't have it in our packets.
No, you don't have it in your packet.
Okay.
I know I had it, so give me just one moment.
Well, Zach, I think while you're looking for that, what we'll do is if there's no further comment, we will close the public comment portion, and then you can find that and read that in.
Perfect.
And so did you find that, or Susan?
Zach, there was one submitted on July 2nd that I did read in where she quotes the general. One,
yeah. It was the one that that brought up the tanks in general. Do you remember that one, Susan?
I do not see that one. No.
Okay.
Well, Zach, if you want to go ahead and look and keep looking at that, maybe what we'll do is we'll have Mr. Tate address some of these items from his perspective, and then if you find it, then just chime in. Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Tate, feel free to address many of the comments. It looks like most of them are about noise, traffic, obviously the safety of the intersections, lights, obviously a lot about competition in the area, about the nature of the business, the neighborhood node, and the future land use designated by the city. Those were the majority of them. So
gas fumes also several times.
Yeah, fumes and the tanks and the overall. So, Mr. Tate, you're welcome to address any or all of those items, and then also the city can address some as well. But go ahead, Mr. Tate.
Yeah, so there's a couple of thoughts, and maybe you as a planning commission can help me educate me slightly on the nature of this development. I was just sitting on Google Earth here looking through the history, and this development appears to have been here since the 70s. Is that correct? Are we 50 years in, I think?
Susan, Zach, Jared. I mean, Jared, you might have been the only one around then, right?
Oh.
Jared,
being chairman today. I don't know if it's been there 50 years. I wouldn't be able to tell you that. Not quite there, but it's been there a long time.
Yeah, there was a picture on Google Earth that went back to 1970, and it was there. And so the concept of this being a commercial hub of the area has been established for decades, and I think that that's one thing that I think we need to take into consideration here when thinking about this. We're definitely trying to maintain a use that's been, as far as commercial use, that's been there for a long time. Now, the main issue with traffic is the way, because we're not adding an additional driveway onto Van Winkle or onto 56. It really mitigates and reduces the impacts that the additional traffic that 7-Eleven generates. It mitigates that impact on the roads because you're not adding additional conflict points. That's a word that is used in traffic studies as conflict points. Whenever you have an access coming out onto a road, you're introducing points of conflict where cars coming can impact those vehicles making a turning movement. We're not adding any conflict points with this proposal. Every exit and entrance to this site that we're going to be utilizing has existed for many years. And so by not adding additional accesses to the site, we are actually helping traffic flow. Now, yes, in theory, with this 7-Eleven, there will be more people coming to this location to utilize these facilities. But again, we're not necessarily introducing new points of conflict into the existing traffic network. And I do feel for those people who live along Van Winkle because it is a very noisy road. People drive down there. I believe it's 50, 55 miles an hour. I mean, it's a pretty fast road that you can travel on there. And the volume of traffic that does so is quite high. So living adjacent to that type of road is definitely going to have its challenges when it comes to noise problems. But as far as the fuel center itself adding to that, it in my opinion will probably be quite minimal because there's not speakers or loudspeakers. It's going to be just the traffic noise that's already there. To my knowledge, they don't play music or anything under the canopy, so I don't think that'll be introduced as a potential noise problem. But it's mainly going to be the cars along Van Winkle that is going to be generating a majority of the sound pollution that you'll hear. I did want to talk a little bit about the number of competition. There was mention that there's 3 7-Elevens in the vicinity. it was also pointed out that all three of the 7-Elevens that are in the neighborhood do not have fuel. And that, I think, does change the comparison, because a convenience store is quite different than a convenience store with a fuel component. So that is why 7-Eleven sees this as a desired location, is the main collector road, and it allows people who are traveling home to have easy access to fuel, which is usually when most of us get fuel, is either on the way to or from home. And so this is a way to utilize an existing commercial hub to provide that asset to the neighbors in a way that those other 7-Elevens in the neighborhood don't or aren't currently. As far as, I think Zach kind of addressed competition, there really is nothing that limits the number of convenience stores. I can see how people could see that, it's like one on every corner, but that's kind of how fuel is. It's all about access, and to have a profitable fuel center, you want access, you want it on the roads where people are driving. And as we've discussed, Van Winkle is where people are driving in this area. As far as fumes go, that's, I'd like to just have it in record that the 7-Eleven will comply with all local, state, federal regulations that do monitor and chart the transmission of any type of fumes. Now, one of the, and I think it might be the one that Zach's trying to find, one of them of the emails from the neighbors talked about specific components in the fuel exhaust, or the natural breathing that takes place from the underground tanks. I do have a diagram that I gave Zach. If you'd like me to pull it up, I can kind of walk you through all the safety features that are provided with the fuel center and the components in that diagram that help address specifically components of the release of volatile fumes and things that are kind of inherent with that. If you want, I don't know if you can pull that up, Zach, or if you need to send that.
Sure. So actually, if I can interrupt, I'll just interrupt, and so we can get to, because I did find the email. I apologize. I don't know why it wasn't in my file, but I found it. We're good. So I'll give Susan's voice just a rest, and I'll read this one. So I'm just going to read it verbatim so that we have it all done. So again, like I said, this is from Takanori and Mila Komatsu. Dear Planning Commission, Mr. Smallwood and Mr. Hall. First of all, we'd like to say thank you to Mr. Hall for taking the time to speak with us on June 29th, 2020, and listening to our concerns regarding the 7-Eleven proposal. We're writing a follow-up to the phone call and hope that these concerns will express to the City Council members our neighborhood's sincere worry for our family's health, well-being, and quality of life. Goes on, below outlines additional comments regarding our opposition to the 7-Eleven and the harm that it poses to the residents located within 500 feet of the proposed location. Number one, health impact. The attached PDF shows a map of the homes located on the east side of Van Winkle that are within 500 feet of the gasoline dispensing pumps and tank locations. There are numerous studies which show the negative impact on health related to gas station fumes. Gasoline contains toxic compounds such as benzene, which are released during refueling and from the underground storage tank vents. These compounds are known to have detrimental effects on human health and will leach into the homes of nearby residents, impacting indoor air quality. According to the World Health Organization, it was determined that there is no safe level of benzene. There have also been recent incidents in Utah connected to gas stations which have leaked and have released gasoline, fuel, and vapors into the ground and air, spreading to the surrounding communities. We can only imagine the hardship those families endured and the immense negative impact of the quality of life, not to mention the unknown repercussions exposure to the fumes has caused on their health in the long term. Number two, economic impact. The gas station can lower the value of the nearby homes and make it difficult for homeowners to sell and buyers to purchase the homes. Federal Housing Administration insured mortgages are not available for properties located within 300 feet of tanks capable of storing 1,000 gallons or more of gasoline or other flammable explosive materials. Number 3, zoning provision updates. Murray City does not have existing rules that creates a safe zone separation between gas stations and residential zones. We would like the City Council to consider the existing zoning provisions to create a safe zone buffer of 500 feet between residential zones and new gas stations. There are other municipalities that have adopted similar regulations to prevent new gas station construction within 500 feet of residential zones. And she goes on to cite Santa Rosa County, Florida, Santa Rosa Land Development Code, LDC at 7.01.14.d3c, and then provided a link to that. And then San Antonio Healthy Neighborhoods Alliance, and provides a link to that as well. Again, we support meaningful development of the site. However, do not support a convenience store / gas station so close to our homes. Thank you, Takanori and Mila Komatsu. I will caveat, she does provide references underneath. I would ask Bryant, I apologize to put you on the spot. Should I be reading those references into the record?
I don't see why that would be a concern necessarily. So.
Okay, so yeah, then she goes on to provide links to the references and links to the things that she's laid out here.
Okay. Mr. Smallwood, thank you for reading that in. Mr. Tate, if you'd like to address some of the concerns in that letter specifically, you are welcome to. And then for the commission, if you would like to see Mr. Tate's presentation graphic on the tanks, certainly we can have him share that as well.
Yeah, thanks, Zach, for reading that in. So one of the concerns I heard a lot in there was the fumes, and in this last email, benzene specifically. So it was a well-written email, and I followed many of the links. I didn't get to all of them, but I did follow the one about benzene, and it talked a little bit about specifically benzene and how it's heavier than air, and so that it settles quickly to the ground and follows the ground. Now, fortunately, in this case, the topography of the site actually flows to the northwest towards the shopping center. So if there is any type of venting of the gases, and if benzene happens to be a component of those gases, they will flow away from the residences that are on the east side of Van Winkle Parkway. It also said that the major source of benzene release in the environment happens to be car exhaust and also cigarette smoke. So gives you kind of an idea of where those are produced and how prevalent they would be in our environment. And so that's one thing specifically, is as those gases are vented from the tanks, which does happen, and it is regulated by the state, the Department of Environmental Quality, and we are required to obtain permits and establish limits as part of that permitting of what that venting can take place. That is something that is allowed by the state, and we do comply with all state regulations. So something to consider. And most of the residences who are adjacent on Van Winkle are uphill of those gases, so they don't typically flow uphill. So I know it's a concern. But they do dissipate quickly once they're in the atmosphere. To their concerns, one of the great things, and I have documentation of all this, the new equipment that they use, the main release source is when the big tankers fill the underground storage tanks. And they used to do what's called spill filling, where it's just direct. They had a hole in the top of the tank and there was fuel going directly into the hole. It would fall down in the tank, splash around. That released quite a bit of compounds into the air, volatile organic compounds into the air. Technology has advanced, and if we do get to the graph, you'll see that now the tanks they have actually a drop tube that goes down from the loading that is required to be within 4 to 6 inches of the bottom of the tank so that that splashing effect doesn't take effect. And they also have what's called balance filling, where they have another tank that hooks on, a hose that hooks on to the other end of the tank. And so as the fuel fills is pumped in one side, the air is pumped out of the other side and back into the fuel tank. So it's called what's called a balance fill situation. And those modern balance fill tanks actually reduce the organic compound releases by like 98%. There's essentially no releases during that time. Now, there is some venting that takes place, just as any type of petroleum product settles, there is venting that takes place, and we do have vent risers. But as mentioned, they are downhill of the residences that are in question. So I hope that addresses, and I can show you, I can get into all the different security and alarm systems and monitoring systems that are in that diagram if you'd like. But one thing that came up, and I personally have designed a couple dozen fuel centers across the Western United States, and our company has designed over 200, 250 fuel centers. And so I have never had the comment come up about the FHA loan issue and all of those in any planning commission, because we have similar concerns in anytime a fuel center goes in the neighborhood. We understand. And that was one thing that I had never heard. And so I did some research on that. Zach, do you have that that other little snippet I showed you? I don't know if
Is it, Jared, if you go to the next slide, that one?
The one that showed the radius. So just to, before we get to the FHA stuff, let's look at this. So as you can see on that, the spill bucket, there is actually a bucket when the tanker is unloading, that if there is a spill, there is a containment unit that's sealed tight, and it has sensors in it, so that if there is a spill at that location, it notifies the electronic system in the 7-Eleven, lights go off, this alarm goes off, people are notified that there's a spill. You can see the drop tubes that we just talked about that actually go down, and they allow for the lack of splashing, I guess I should say, of that. And also the other vent pipes and things are there for the balanced fill situation. They're dual wall tanks, so there's an inner wall and then an outer wall, and inside that space is usually filled with a brine solution, and there are monitoring probes in the brine solution that actually monitor for petroleum. So if the inner tank is compromised, it is notified, again, the alarm system goes off if there's a release, so that it's before it gets to the outer wall or can compromise the outer wall, you're notified. There's under each dispenser, there's a sump there for any type of spills. There's monitors in there. The piping is dual walled, so there's an inner pipe that's kind of like a rubber flex pipe that pushes the material. That's inside almost an outer housing, which is it looks kind of like that flexible landscape drain that you may have on the side of your house to get water away from your house. They actually have a kind of a sacrificial line that those pipes go in. So there's a lot of technology that goes into monitoring these, and to make sure that any type of spill, any type of emission over the allowed amount is notified inside to someone who's monitoring. And this is continuously monitored. And monthly reports have to be filled out, annual reports have to be filled out. So there's a lot of monitoring to go in. And a lot of the old fuel stations, you'll notice, that's why a lot of these old fuel stations are pulling their tanks, is because you get 10, 15, 20 years ago, they didn't have this technology, and they were just a single wall metal tank. And as those eroded and rusted, you'd get releases, as was mentioned in one of the neighbors' comments. But the technology today, these are fiberglass tanks, so they're not going to rust. We've got some really good equipment here. We've got various ways of notifying if there's a spill, a leak, or any type of release that's not intended. So just to give you an idea there, that's what's going on. I also sent, now going back to the is it the FHA issue? Because I'd never heard of that before. I actually have a friend, the my colleague who works with me, her husband is a realtor, and they live less than a mile from this location. And I asked him to go on, and he pulled this radius. He put a radius on, I believe that's about it's either a half mile or a mile radius from the actual center that we're talking about, the location of the 7-Eleven. And he pulled, in the last year, there have been 88 home sales. And of those 88 home sales, only 3 were FHA loans, which would be impacted by being within 300 feet of this. And that's 3.5% of all home sales would qualify would be considered an FHA. So we're talking about a fraction of the home sales that would actually be impacted by this. And that, like I said, I had in all the fuel centers, and I called several people in my company who do fuel centers every day, and they just said, I've never heard of that. I called a legal counsel who does real estate transaction, and he said, why don't you send me that? Because I want to put that in my folder. I've never heard of that. So it's some really good due diligence by the neighbors. But the fraction of what it applies to is, like I said, 3% of the actual home sales that are taking place in this neighborhood. That's not a general number. That's specific to this area. So there are some valid concerns. However, I think it's a fraction, kind of a little niche area of an overall perspective. So we have looked into it. I appreciate the feedback that we got, because it actually allowed me to do a little more research on my end. But I do feel that, and I want to reiterate that 7-Eleven's intent is to follow all city regulations, all state regulations, all EPA regulations, and will be monitored for any type of environmental problems or anything. And there's a lot that goes into it. So I'm happy to answer any questions for you.
Yeah, Mr. Tate, I think wonderful job addressing the questions so far. I appreciate the detail, and clearly you and your company have done this before. What we'll do at this point is we'll see if staff has anything left that they would like to address, and then what we'll do is bring it up to the commission and let them ask any additional questions or comments. So anything, Zach, that staff would like to address?
Yeah, there's just a couple. I wanted to make sure I go through everything. Okay. Oh, one that I did not address yet. What I had done is compiled all these emails and wrote up kind of a document, so I make sure I catch everything. And one of those items was the potential of increased people and or loitering in the area. Yes, there will be additional people in the area, but that's technically during business hours. You won't get loitering to the point that I think you would see what's currently happening there. A lot of the times it's donuts, people, going out, taking their car out, because great big open space that you can take your car and do donuts in the winter or do whatever. And people would go out on in the evening and just kind of hang out there. With an active business, you're actually going to see that reduce most of the time, because of the employees that are keeping an eye out on the property itself. So I anticipate that will actually reduce and become less of an issue at that location. So that's kind of what I would address in the loitering part of it. Again, for where one of the people mentioned our conditions of approval, and the conditions of approval A, speaking to the necessity or desirability of it. I do still stand by what I wrote in the staff report. that it could increase the desirability of the area and provide an active user that's actually using the space, as opposed to, and I don't mean to dig on anybody, but on extra space, which typically doesn't have a lot of activity and traffic through there. So this could bring it and actually make the area a little bit more safe with people moving in and out of that area. The health impact that Ms. Komatsu brought up, I will address a little bit as well. Like Jake said, they plan to, or they have to, meet all applicable, federal, state, and local health regulations. Murray City doesn't have anything that addresses benzene or anything like that. That would all happen. I wouldn't have anything to really add to that. The economic one, I would like to, I'm sorry to call on you again, Bryant, but after talking with Jared a little bit, the FHA item, is that something that can be in the Planning Commission's purview? Is it something that is an impact? I know that typically we have to follow city ordinances, but when it's something that's causing that.
Zach, could you expand on that? I don't think it was fully explained, but I believe it's understood. You're saying FHA loans are restricted if the house is within so many feet of a gas station. Is that what's being stated?
Yeah, so after doing a little bit of research after receiving our email, I did find out that is in fact a thing that when reviewing, if somebody is applying for an FHA loan, if it's within 300 feet of any sort of tank that can hold flammable or explosive material, including gasoline and gasoline, those tanks that they hold them in, they can't get approved for that. And so I'm really at kind of a loss here, and I'm not 100% sure how to address that one, and whether it's the Planning Commission's role to even address that at all. And so I really like kind of Brian's feedback on that one.
Well, on that, and again, this is the first I've really heard about it, so I didn't have the benefit of looking into it.
I know, I apologize. I thought I had it under control, and now I questioned myself at the end here.
Right. No, it's all right. My thinking is that, the Planning Commission can impose reasonable conditions to mitigate the reasonably anticipated detrimental effects. We here talking about multiple layers of regulation. I think the city's role is to look at what it can regulate at the city level. I don't know that we can simply state, oh, there may be another a federal agency that would be would take a different position or take some sort of action based on of the location of a certain business. So I would be hesitant for the Planning Commission to go that route. But again, it's something that I'm just thinking through on the fly, and would need to look into that a bit further before I could give a really solid answer or a recommendation.
Mr. Farnsworth, don't a lot of the government policies kind of guide other policies? I know that's correct in insurance and medication and medicine. Is that? And I'm just wondering in loan process, if the FHA loans have this requirement, does that imply that a whole lot of other independent loan companies might also have this requirement, or do you think that's a standout, or do we just not have enough information to even go down that route, which makes me wonder if we need further investigation?
Can I jump in for 1 second and make a clarification?
Yeah, Mr. Hall, go ahead.
So the prohibition is on FHA insurance. So it's not necessarily that you can't get a loan, but FHA will not do the insurance. So they have to notify you, they have to notify the mortgagee that they can't provide insurance. So it may or may not impact the ability to get a mortgage. And that's why there are 3, perhaps, sales that have happened under FHA in that area.
Right, but Jared, there weren't any gas stations there within 300 feet, correct?
Oh, in that area, sure.
Yeah, at the time. So I think this is certainly a valid concern, and obviously you can continue to investigate that. Want to see what other comments. I mean, I know there was one comment that came in that recommended that they move the pumps to an inside, to the inside. I know that's something that, I don't know if that would help to mitigate that, but I'm curious, what other thoughts do the rest of the commission have, or is Zach, were there additional things?
Do we know how many? Do we know how many are within 300 feet? Because our mailings went out to, I got to check, 500 feet, right? So we're not even sure if we're speaking about one house.
But Ms. Milkevich, the notification is different than the regulation, and we need to make sure we specify that. We notify a certain distance, but we're referring to 300 feet. So I think
that's what I was saying. I was just using that as a reference number, but do we have any idea how many houses we're talking about in 300 feet of the gas station?
It's the fuel tanks. It's not the gas station. It's the physical tanks.
Right.
And there's six homes that would fall under that.
6 homes? Oh.
Six homes that would fall within 300 feet of the gas tanks.
Okay. Mr. Chairman?
Yeah. Ms. Milkevich, hold on. Travis? Or
no,
Phil,
this is Phil.
Yeah, Phil, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, one thing that concerns me is we're talking about a condition that doesn't exist in Murray City. We don't have this requirement. We could, we don't. And we're spending a lot of time talking about something that could happen. So we could postpone this for 6 months while, staff writes up a regulation like that, and then we discuss it and vote on it and pass it and so forth. But we don't have this regulation in place right now. And I really think that we need to look at what we can reasonably impose based on this application at this time. And it's not our purview to establish regulations that the state and federal government do with these types of emissions and that. I don't think there's anybody in the city that wants to start taking that on.
Yeah, Mr. Farnsworth, did you have an additional comment? I saw your square light up. Feels like Hollywood Squares.
Oh.
Okay.
I didn't know.
Okay. Well, thank you. Any other thoughts? And Mr. Markham, I appreciate the thoughts on that. And we know, and we've seen this over the 9 years that you and I have been on this, is that there are always things that are what ifs and possibilities. And the challenge that the commission has, and just to reiterate, is today we can only address this item with the information that has been presented, both in the public comment and what's been in our packet. And so if there are concerns, as we know, we do certainly have options to, move it forward as is, move it forward with any sort of mitigation conditions, or certainly to table it and with responses or with direction on additional things. So any other comments from Travis? Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a couple things. First off, I think they are addressing visual mitigation. They talked about look at the view out of my backyard. Well, there's street trees going in. There's 4 trees that are going in, and it's going to take a minute, but those trees are going to grow to be sizable. That is actual mitigation. Second, they're improving the walkability of the site. They're talking about putting in the ADA pedestrian access, so we're improving the overall walkability of the site. That's an asset to the neighborhood as a whole. The distance from the intersection and the direction of travel in an accident, I just don't see a car going on the opposite side of the road into oncoming traffic and managing to make it 200 or 300 feet into the property before we get near the fuel. So I think that's not an issue. I recognize that this is a dangerous intersection and that cars in immediate proximity to the intersection can end up in that pond. That pond is right at the intersection, can end up in someone's backyard because they're right there. But I don't see it coming into the property this far. And then finally, very much to Mr. Markham's point, this application has vested rights. That policy is not in place preventing putting in tanks or proximity to tanks, his rights are vested. He's good to go. We can't put any limits on that because it's too late. The application's before us. So I think this is a strong project for this area. If you're on Van Winkle, there isn't a gas station on Van Winkle until you get to 27th South, and there isn't one until you're further south on Bengal Boulevard. So this is a great location for a gas station. And people that are traveling Van Winkle, they're just getting through. It's not a local road. Yes, locals use it, but it is not a local road by and large. So people don't know about Sunburst. They're just going home on Van Winkle. So I think if ever you're going to put a project here for a gas station, this is the place where that project needs to go. So I'm happy that this is before us, and I'm happy that we're having this conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Nate, for your comments. Any other comments from the commission or staff? Anything else from the staff? Want to make sure we're good on the staff. Okay.
No, I think I'm okay. I just listening.
Okay. Thank you, Zach. All right. Any other questions or things from the commission? Any other things you'd like the applicant to address? Any other commissions? Or I'm certainly open to a motion from the commission.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that the Planning Commission approve a conditional use permit to allow the construction of a new 7-Eleven gas station and convenience store at the property address approximately 5668 South Van Winkle Expressway, subject to the 9 conditions in our packet.
And I'll second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Patterson to approve the conditional use permit to allow construction of a new 7-Eleven gas station and convenience store at the property addressed approximately 5668 South Van Winkle Expressway, subject to conditions 1 through 9, and a second by Commissioner Wilson. Is that correct? I think we got it right. Okay. Mr. Smallwood, are you calling for the motion or for the vote, or is Mr. Hall?
I can do it if you want. Yeah, that's fine. So Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Woodbury?
Yes.
Sorry. I've just gone across my screen now.
That's true. I'm usually last. So
yeah. Mr. Ney?
Yes.
Mr. Markham?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
And I think that's it.
Ms. Milkevich.
Just kidding.
Yeah. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I apologize.
Okay. Thank you so much. It does pass at this time, Mr. Tate. Good luck in your project. Clearly a lot of dialogue and concerns that have been brought up by the citizens. We recommend that you continue to work very closely with the staff. We know that a project of this magnitude and that it will be very, very closely watched to ensure that all applicable laws and ordinances are followed. But good luck in your project, and thank you for choosing to do business in Murray. So with that, we're now on to our last item of the evening. I'm sure that will be a nice short one. Actually,
Mr. Chairman, could I request that we just take maybe a 5-minute break at the most, sure. Just to kind of stretch our legs and that it's going on 3 hours that we've been sitting in chairs and staring at small screens, and sure. It would be nice for just a couple.
Sure, minutes. Sure. That's fine. Do we need a motion for that officially, Jared?
Yes.
Or okay, so
I'll make that motion that we temporarily adjourn for 5 minutes and then rejoin the meeting.
I second that.
Okay. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. We'll take a 5 minute break.
Thank you.
Recess. Okay. And reopen the meeting. We've come back from recess, and we will open and we will go right into item number 8, which was number 4, which is vertical bridge development. Zach, I assume the recording's going still?
Yes. Yeah, it never stopped.
Okay. So great. You heard about Phil petting the dog, and so that's perfect. We probably don't need that in the meeting. So All right, so item number four, which is now 8, is the conditional use permit for a new cellular lattice tower at the property address 1044 West Potomac Drive. But the applicant is Vertical Bridge Development LLC, and I know the applicant is on, and so this will be Jared that will give us a presentation, and then we will dive into it. So, okay, Mr. Hall.
Thank you. Can you all see the screen? Is it sharing?
Looks amazing.
No. Oh, good. Yes, no, yes?
Yep,
okay.
We can see it.
Vertical Bridge. So the properties are located, the address is something that I want to address right now. This should say 1044 West Potomac, and that is the address that's tied to this corridor that that Utah Power and Light owns. It is the site where they will be placing the tower, where they want to place the lease area for the tower is here near Bullion, but the property's address technically for these parcels is 1044 West Potomac. So to legally notice it correctly, we have to use that address, and that's why we, just to get this out of the way right at the get-go, that's why we use a map in the notices as well, so that there's no question about where it is, because sometimes the addresses are a little misleading. So that's one thing to note. First off, this is Bullion Street, and Bullion Street, as it makes that just past 90-degree angle. So that gets a little confusing as well. But the potential lease site is in this area to the south and east of Bullion Streets. It is in the A1 agriculture zone. Talk about the zoning just real briefly, because it is part of the reason that the application is for a lattice tower. And I want to make sure that's understood by everybody involved as well, because it may not be super clear from the reporting. The A1 zone it does not allow any type of cellular antenna structures except for lattice towers. Their conditional use is in the A1 zone. It does not allow monopoles as a conditional use, so that wasn't an option for the applicants, and hence the application for a lattice tower. Lattice towers can be up to 150 feet tall. They had wanted to do a 100-foot monopole. They elected to do a 100-foot lattice tower because it's the only allowance that we had for the A1 zoning. This is a depiction of the area generally where the site would be, although we have some requirements for its distance from residential zoning that we'll get into in a moment. So this might not depict exactly how far it would be, but it gives us the basic layout of the site, or the planned components of the site. It would consist of a gravel road that would come from Bullion Street onto the Utah Power and Light corridor property, and then a 1,600 40 by 40 foot area that's the lease area that they would wall in with an 8-foot masonry wall for their equipment and the base of the tower. That would be gated. This is an unmanned site, so it would only be used for service calls and things like that. It has to be maintained in service, but so there'd be some traffic to it, but it would be infrequent. And we'll come back to a couple other things on this site plan in a moment, perhaps, but it is, as you can see, in that large power corridor that runs the length of the state, really. It zooms in on the site just a little bit here to show you that wall, 8-foot masonry wall, a couple of areas where equipment shelters can be placed in the future. We do require co-location as one of our conditions of approval, and it's one of the suggested conditions in the ordinance. So we want to see the site built, the tower constructed, and some areas kept out for possible co-location of future cellular users as well. Again, you can see that 12-foot gate there, and the tower sits in the middle of this structure. This is an elevation of the tower. Again, it's a lattice tower, but it's a little different than some of the previous lattice towers. It's not as squat. It's a little more low profile for a lattice tower anyway, but 4-sided open lattice construction, antennas at the top. And this is, again, the depiction of that wall and the gate you can see there. I've only got the north and south elevations here, not to spoil the surprise, but the east and west elevations look exactly like this. So I didn't take up a slide with them. I hope you're not disappointed. One more thing to show you. We talked about in the staff report, the height allowance relative to other utility structures in the area. And that's important because the requirement is that a lattice tower like this, it's allowed in the A1 zone with conditional use permit approval if it can be located 330 feet from any residential zoning. As you measure from these residential zones on the, I'm going to zip back up to the zoning, you have residential zones on 3 sides, west across Bullion Street, north across Bullion Street, and to the south here. To be 330 feet from all of those residential zones would be really tough here. 300 feet is possible, and there is an exception that's built into the code that allows a lattice tower to be located closer than 330 feet to a residential zone if the Planning Commission finds that the lattice tower's height, planned height, relative to other utility structures in the area is not egregious. These towers, Susan went out and shot them with our device the other day, figured they were between 130 and 150 feet. I think she said when she got back, it's hard to tell exactly. Utah Power and Light came back and gave us the information exactly. 135 feet on the north end, 140 feet for the structure on the south end. These two smaller saddle structures on Bullion are a little shorter, but it's these larger ones that it's closer to the height of. So they're significantly taller than the 100 feet. Staff does find that it would meet that kind of an exception. We would recommend that the Planning Commission would make that finding and allow a small exception to that 330 feet, just to give them room to locate it appropriately, and it'll be right about in this area. It may be 300 feet. We aren't suggesting that you would allow anything less than 300 feet from any residential zoning. That's the exception we would recommend. Just a couple of pictures to show you the relative heights of those structures as well. And some of these were in your staff report, and you're all familiar with the area, but this is Bullion coming down the slight rise there and making the corner and staying Bullion. That's that tower to the south. Again, that's 145 feet. Or sorry, tower to the north, 145 feet. Tower to the south, 135 feet, holding up those power lines. So the relative height of that proposed lattice tower is not greater than the structures in the area. That's why we think it should qualify for that exception. Another couple of pictures I wanted to show you. Again, you've got Bullion Street on the north here, and I'm looking across to the east. That's the existing U.S. cell tower site on U.S. satellite property. That's another picture of it to show kind of that relative height. It's the same height. I understand that's a 100-foot tower as well. And you do have a lot of other utilities and things in the area. Did want to talk about just a couple of things, and then I'll let you ask any questions you have, and we can let the applicants speak as well. But there were comments about mitigating the impacts of the tower by providing a green space here in the power corridor, where it is just kind of native weed vegetation that they mow down. You can see that in this area, and again, I know you're all familiar. Staff's not recommending that for a couple of different reasons. We can talk about those further if you'd like, but chief among those reasons would be environmental impact. If this is just for beautification, that's a lot of grass to water and mow. That's a consideration that should be on the table, we believe. If the city were to want to use this property for park or make it an amenity of some kind, something usable, something meaningful, then that might be a possibility that we'd consider grassing that. Difficult to plant trees in the Utah Power and Light Corridor, and this whole thing is Utah Power and Light Corridor, so it's got some limited uses for open space, to be frank. And but that comment did come up, so I feel like we ought to address it. But that again doesn't have to occur simultaneously with this application. That could happen independently. The city could consider using it for open space of some kind. We don't feel like it should be tied to the conditions of approval for something like this particular cell tower that's proposed. Just before I get to that, a couple of other things. We wanted to talk about co-location, and I'll let you ask the questions as we talk about some of the comments that we received from the public. We did receive a number of them, and it's going to take a while to get through them. So I'm going to try to be brief in this presentation and let us get to those comments and questions. Co-location is something that we do require. They have planned for it on the site. They can speak maybe better than I can as to how different carriers would utilize that site as well and co-locate there. From Planning Division's standpoint at this point, we are recommending approval with these 9 conditions. Again, that they would provide for reasonable co-location, and they need to verify that for us. That they meet fire department's requirements. That we located, again, number 6, a minimum of 300 feet from all residentially zoned properties, and not to exceed that maximum overall height of 100 feet. And the gravel surface road and the approach on Bullion Street that would keep it from tracking gravel out onto Bullion Street. That's an important engineering requirement as well. You have any questions for staff at this point before we do public comments?
Yeah, Mr. Hall, I think it definitely, done a nice job in the presentation, and our packet was very, very thorough. Obviously, we talked about it in our pre-meeting. As you said, there's been a lot of public comment. So I think certainly let's see if there's any questions in the commissioners for you, then we'll bring up the applicant for a discussion. But any initial ones for the commissioner at this point, not any of the public comment or anything, but just strictly about the application for the staff from the commission.
I had one question about condition number 2. You speak about overhead communication lines on Bullion Street, but they weren't mentioned in the packets. So can you tell us a little bit more about those?
There are some overhead lines on Bullion Street. You can't really see them in this picture, but right here, they're concerned from engineering and public works that if those need to be raised, they wanted that in there as a condition in case they need to be raised. They don't like them to be closer than a certain height for an access. And right now there's not an access in here. When they put an access for that road, they want to make sure the overhead power lines are a certain distance above them. These are our lines coming down Bullion. So that just came from public works, and it needed to be a little bit open-ended because it may not need to happen, but if it does, we wanted a requirement.
Okay, thank you for explaining why it's open-ended, because we're not sure where the entry will be at this point.
Yep,
right?
exactly.
We're guesstimating. Okay,
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Milkevich. Any additional questions for staff? Okay, well, why don't we bring up the applicant, if they want to take a couple minutes and talk about the project. I'm sure the applicant we will bring up later to address much of the concern that's come from the citizens. So it looks like we have Brad Taggart, and then is Caleb C. also with you, Brad?
Yes, he is. Thank you for having us.
Okay, so if you could state your name and record, or name and address for the record. And Caleb, we'd like to know his last name. C is wonderful, but we'd like to know both. So if you can tell us your name and address for the record.
Sure, yeah, it's Brad Taggart, and address is 8823 South Redwood Road. That's where our office is located. And Caleb's last name is Cox, C-O-X.
Okay. Well, that's an easy one. Thank you for that. So Mr. Taggart, Mr. Cox, anything you'd like to add to the presentation? Again, I'm sure we'll have you up to address many of the concerns and the questions that have been addressed from the public so far. But anything you'd like to say at this point?
Yeah, just one quick comment. First of all, Jared did a great job explaining the proposal and what we're trying to accomplish with this application. You know, our priority is to provide good service to the areas, to the members in this area. And so, you know, the big deal here is the amount of coverage needed. There's a lot of T-Mobile customers that are looking to get better service, and they've been having a hard time. And so that's really what this is for, is to get better coverage here. Better signal density is what we're looking for.
Okay. All right. If you can pull up the conditions, Jared, just so we can make sure. Mr. Taggart, Mr. Cox, you've reviewed these conditions, the 9 conditions? I imagine you've seen these in advance.
Hey, sorry, Mr. Cox here, and sorry about the C. There's only 3 letters, so.
It's okay. I was just going to call you C period, but I didn't know that was your name. So, Mr. Cox, go ahead.
Yeah, C period might be. Anyway, yeah, we've looked at them, and I think most of them are acceptable. The only thing that needs to be considered at this point is that it is UPNL land, Pacific Corp land. So we just have to do, I mean, we're somewhat held to what they will allow us. So, you know, and when it's Murray Powers lines, yeah, of course, we can do that. The drive it seems to be acceptable. everything else seems to be acceptable. But I just want to make that kind of known that we are somewhat held to what Pacific Corp will allow us to do as our landlord.
Right. So yeah, certainly. And so for the record, Mr. Cox and Mr. Taggart, you said that these are somewhat acceptable. The question really is, are you willing to comply with the 9 conditions? We understand the relationship with the different landlord, and that's the same as we have with all applicants. Is there's always multiple parties involved, but at the end of the day, the applicant is the one that's responsible for seeing that the 9 conditions are done. So if you have questions about the 9 conditions, or there are some hesitations or some concerns, certainly, we can address that. But that's really what, so I guess with that, any additional thoughts on the comments?
No, as I see them, they are acceptable.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cox and Mr. Taggart. So, again, so what we'll do is, I guess, any questions from the commission at this time for the applicants?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask if they have considered, or if it would be possible to consider co-locating on the existing lattice tower in the satellite compound that is directly east of this location.
Yeah, Mr. Taggart, Mr. Cox, has that been something that has been discussed and considered?
It has, yes. And just to give the Planning Commission something to consider as far as our role is, we are hired by the carrier and the tower builder to do this. The carrier will always look at co-locating before building a tower. It is much cheaper. It is much easier. They always will. We're not always able to see their engineering perspective as to why they choose a location, but we are confident that they looked at that location and for one reason or another determined it was not acceptable for their coverage needs. And they gave us this specific location to look at, and that's why we're pursuing it.
Okay. No, thank you for that, Mr. Cox. We appreciate the clarification and understanding of the role that you and Mr. Taggart have in this. Certainly that is something I know that has been discussed, was discussed in the pre-meeting as well. So, any other questions for the applicants from the commission at this point? Okay, certainly commission will have an opportunity to address some more, but we'll jump into the public comment portion. And before, obviously, people can go ahead and submit things to Planning Commission at murray.utah.gov. But I will just acknowledge we did receive a substantial number of public comments in our packet, and I'm not going to read them all. They are in the packet. They are online. People can go look at them if they'd like to. The commission has all had these for multiple days and been able to review them. I will just say who they're from. Mr. Cushing sent us one. Brett Cushing on Monday, June 22nd, has actually included an additional article from the Appraisal Journal in summer of 2005 about the impact on cell towers. Wanted to make sure that they understood that. The next one that was in, so that was Mr. Cushing. Sorry, I've got them all here. There was Mr. Cotter, Mr. Bill and Pam Cotter submitted one on June 24th. We had Dale and Jan Cox that submitted one on Friday, June 26th. Mr. David McPonsky submitted one on June 23rd. We had Mrs. Elizabeth Larson that submitted one on June 24th. And let's see, Joe Kerr, Mr. Kerr submitted one on June 24th as well. Mrs. Lunderberg submitted one on June 23rd and also included some pictures that we were able to review, just so the public knows. They were pictures about about something that Mr. Hall addressed earlier about putting grass and prettying up the site, and was showing other locations. So obviously I'm not describing the picture very well, but we did receive those pictures. So that was from Ms. Lunderberg. Let's see, we also have Mr. Brad Christensen that submitted one on the 25th of June. And let's see, we also have Mr. Plott, Mr. and Mrs. Plott, Kent Plott and Terry Plott, that submitted one on June 25th as well. And then we had another one in our packet from Mr. Bill and Pam Cotter, and this one also included pictures as well. It looked like that the email was similar, but this one included a picture and some additional language. So I believe I have got I got all those. Did anyone in the commission? Did I miss any? Lisa, did I miss one? I missed one.
Did you get the one from Nick Jensen on June 23rd?
But I don't remember saying that. So Nick Jensen, thank you, Susan. Nick Jensen. Yep.
Tuesday, June 23rd.
Okay, thank you for reading that. So Nick Jensen also submitted one. So and then we have a lot more that will be read into the record. And because they were submitted after our packet will be done, and so those will actually be read. So hopefully Susan had a nice drink of water and is ready to read all of those that were submitted after the date. So anything that came in really in the last few days, Susan will read. Susan, how many did receive?
Mr. Chair,
Uh-huh.
before Susan reads the new ones, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the emails you just stated that have been in our packet, they're available online for the public.
Yeah, I stated that. Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yep.
I apologize.
Yeah, I stated that. Yeah, they've been in the packet, and so public can go and access those, and we also have been able to read those. And so yes, thank you. So Susan, how many have you received?
We have received 14 prior to this meeting, and actually I'm going to split those with Zach. I'm going to take the first few, he'll take the second half, and then it looks like we're receiving some as the meeting is transpiring, so we'll have to go through those also.
Yeah, and that's 14 in addition to the ones that we received in our packet, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Right.
Well, thank you.
Susan, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Just a point of order. Are we going to limit the comments to 3 minutes like we would if we were in a public meeting? Or do they just get to have their whole letter read? No,
they get to have the whole letter read. That's the forum that we're in. And as is done the last few months, people are able to submit it, and it's the forum we have. So unless Bryant is going to overrule on that, we will do, because we've done that in other meetings. And I think to be fair and transparent, we need to ensure that we're reading all the letters that have been received. It's not really fair to the applicant to have the staff pick and choose what items are read, which paragraphs are summarized. So certainly Jared or Susan or Zach or Brian, if I'm wrong, you can correct me on that, but I guess that would be my answer.
You are not wrong.
And Mr. Chair, might be appropriate time to mention, just for the public that's listening, the benefits of this setting do allow all letters to be read in length, and also allows redundancy, which we don't allow for in face-to-face meetings.
Yep. Well, I don't need to mention that because you just did. So thank you. But yeah, that is one of the benefits to the public of this format. Is certainly there a little longer comments, and certainly redundancy is something that we allow in this. So with that, Susan, I guess we will let you go ahead, and then I'll let you and Zach manage it. And we'll try to keep our notes, and hopefully Mr. Taggart and Mr. Cox are also keeping their notes as well. So go ahead, Susan.
Okay, thank you. The first one is from Justin and Bobby Breeze. This was received on Friday, June 26th, after the packets have gone out. Our names are Justin and Bobby Breeze, and we wanted to voice our opinion about a 5G tower that may be going up in our neighborhood on Bullion Street. We do not want a 5G tower in our neighborhood. These towers emit high levels of radiation. They are already There are already other lines ran in that same area that emit radiation, and we fear the adding more will affect the health of ourselves, our young children, and neighbors. The next one is from Linda Geigel. This was received on Sunday, June 28th. She's a resident on Waldenwood Drive. And her email says, no, no, no. I want to go on record opposing the conditional use permit for Vertical Bridge Development, LLC, for the construction of a lattice tower for cellular communications to be located on the property at 1044 West Potomac Drive. Thank you for your careful consideration in this matter. The next one is from Glow Merrill, a nearby resident. This was received on Monday, June 29th. Her email states, I have lived in Murray City for 35 years, and it is time to have grass under the power lines near Bullion Street. Rocky Mountain Power added a cell tower that looks like a tree, and other locations have grass or area for families and children to play in the area. Could be soccer, tennis, or basketball. Thank you for all you do. You make Murray City a great place. And the next one is from Kevin and Jean Duffy. This was received on Monday, June 29th. We have recently been made aware of the proposal for a 100-foot tower for cellular phone service to be built approximately 1000 West on Bullion Street. We reside at 890 West Bullion Street and have lived here for over 36 years. We are strongly opposed to this proposal as we do not want this eyesore in our neighborhood. This will not only detract from the appearance of the neighborhood, but will also lessen our property values. Additionally, we are concerned that other cell service providers will seek to put their cell towers in our neighborhood as well. We recommend that you consider placing the tower in one of Murray's industrial or business areas where it will not affect our city's residents. Thank you for your consideration. The next one from Brent Ludlow, received on Tuesday, June 20th. There are a lot of studies that showing that the radio magnetic signals coming off of 5G tower can be harmful to the health and welfare of our citizens in our community. I think before we unleash this on the people, it needs to be studied more carefully. The road we're going down with this is not going to be an easy one to turn around from. I know the power company owns that property, but they're in our city limits, and we can put restrictions on what they can do. If we can put restrictions on how many dogs people can have, we can surely put restrictions on what dangers a company can expose our citizens to. This is not going to be the first 5G tower they're going to want to put up in our city. It is the first one I know of, and once they put the first one up, we are going to have no recourse against them putting up more. I'd like to urge you to postpone your decision until you have time to look at all the studies that are being done on it, the problems we're seeing in China with 5G networks, and also now in Switzerland. Thank you, Brent Ludlow. Also, he says, please read this. Also, talk to radiologists who know the problems with this. There is also a documentary about the harm of 5G. If you'd like to see it, I'll get you the DVD. And we didn't receive a DVD, but I guess we could add that to the record. The next email is from Rochelle White. It was received on Monday, June 29th. And it states, please insist that Rocky Mountain Power, or the company that currently owns the power lines / towers, maintain, improve, and beautify their existing right-of-way that runs through Murray City and our neighborhood. It is only right, if we have to live with the eyesore of power lines and towers, that this area is improved in order for our neighborhood to maintain its beauty and orderliness. I do not believe it is asking too much to insist they do this for our neighborhood and the citizens of Murray. We have lived with these eyesores long enough to not expect mutual respect from this utility. Thank you, Rochelle White. And the last one that I'll read for now is from Janice and Lee Rouser. And this was received on Monday, June 29th. We were informed that a 100-foot cell tower is to be erected in the middle of our beautiful Walden Hills neighborhood. We have lived in this area since 1995. We take pride in our subdivision, and this would not enhance the beauty of our safety in our neighborhood, in our area. Please reconsider by using this property for families to enjoy as promised over 35 years ago. Tennis courts, soccer fields, pickleball courts, anything but a cell tower. This is not the year nor the place to have to fight this battle. We take pride in Murray and appreciate your consideration. While we have your attention, how long has it been since you've driven along 700 West between 53 and 5900 South? Many of these fixed income resident homes could use a facelift to help beautify the west side of our city, similar to the homes along Vine Street by Murray Park and Parkside Elementary School. How about organizing a service project to fresh paint, yard work, or rebuilding to make this a more desirable street? I take pride in my property and want to keep this a safe and great place to live. We appreciate your public service and know that you will do your part to keep this a great place to live as well. Thank you. And then I think Zach will take the next few.
I will be happy to. So, dear City Council members, we are contacting you about the open field that Rocky Mountain Power maintains near 53rd South. We live just down the street on Walden Meadows Drive. We bought our home 3 years ago, and it had been a rental for years before that, and the yard wasn't very well maintained. We have had to spend a lot of effort trying to get the voles out of the yard. We know that the open field has created a rodent problem, and it's been frustrating to deal with. While we don't love the idea of a cell tower so close to our house, we think it would be worth it if it meant the field would be maintained better. We use several different bikes and strollers across the field, and the weeds do a lot of damage to the tires. I think nearly anything would be an improvement to the area. Even gravel would be better than the weeds. Thank you for your consideration. Greg and Rebecca Woolston, 5535 South Walden Meadows Drive. All right, so this is from Eric Varney. It was sent on June 29th. Mr. Hall, thank you again for taking my call again earlier today and discussing the proposed new cell site build on the current Rocky Mountain Power easement for the high tension power lines that is proposed to be located at 1044 West Potomac Drive. As we discussed, here are some of the core concerns I have for another cell site with a lattice tower structure that would be located just over a very short distance of 784 feet from the current cell site on the U.S. satellite-owned property almost due east of the proposed site. Here are some of the key points to this site proposal that I am calling into question due to my background in cellular technology for the last 20 plus years, as well as some detailed knowledge of cell site placement and design. Number one, why does there need to be a new cell site structure built less than 800 feet from an existing site that currently has 2 open deployment sites for cell infrastructure that was proposed for this site? See site picture attached for highlighted current deployment availability, and provided a picture. This proposed area is significantly terrain blocked from the current available cell site, which is located almost due east of the subject proposal area, as it sits approximately 63 feet higher than the proposed site. This would force the tower to not be able to provide significant coverage improvement to more than 35% of the available service area that the proposed site would provide service to versus the higher elevation site that currently exists. Even if the top of the 100-foot proposed tower was used, the 2 available locations on the current site would have full radius coverage of the area and would be at least 28 to 38 feet higher. All additional elevation on a cell site makes a significant difference in quote, down tilt requirements, unquote, for optimal RF signal propagation. See current topographical image of area of possible coverage area and terrain blocking due to current topography and structures in an additional image. Number 3, the current proposed cell structure at the bottom of the site is not built to accommodate current build requirements of other tier 1 cell carriers such as AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Some deficiencies in this current plan are that the size of the enclosure would have to be increased to accommodate other cell equipment enclosures, as well as availability for redundant power connections and backup generators on site. Number 4, another statement that was made was that the existing cell site could not support the technological requirements that this carrier needs for this site. The carriers currently operating from this site are already operating the latest and highest capacity LTE 4G/5G LTE Advanced wireless network that is providing faster speeds than are currently offered by this proposed carrier. There is power and fiber backhaul availability with more than enough capacity at the current site. 5, lattice tower design is unsightly and obtrusive and entirely unnecessary in an existing residential area. An alternative tower design could be used that is not as unsightly or large for the deployment requirements of a tower that will only be 100 feet tall. These are a few of the key concerns I have with this proposal. I am more than happy to provide further feedback or detail that you would like to further discuss. Thank you for your time in reading through these points and concerns. Eric Varney, 1042 West Aaron Park Circle. Okay. Next was sent on July 1st to Murray City Planning Commission. Recently, I received notice that approval is being sought to construct a lattice tower for cellular communications at approximately 950 West and Bullion Street, incorrectly listed as 1044 Potomac on the document mailed to my home. I live near this location and am opposed to the construction of a tower in close proximity to residential neighborhoods. There are already tall towers further to the east, and adding more takes away from the desirable suburban atmosphere I want for our neighborhood. Landscaping that would eliminate the unsightly tinder dry weeds that pose a fire hazard on the subject property would help beautify our community and be a better choice for this blighted area. Sincerely, Ann Hunter, 1056 West Rocky Drive. Next item, July 1st. Hi, Jared. I heard about a cell tower going in at 1044 West Potomac Drive, but as I look at the notice for public meeting, the drawings show it on Bullion Street. The agenda for the July 2nd Planning Commission meeting also lists the Potomac Drive address for the conditional use permit. This is confusing for those who might be concerned, and the consideration of the conditional use permit should be rescheduled with the correct information in the notice. In addition, the subject property box in the photo on the first page of the notice is pointing to the wrong property. If the conditional use permit is eventually approved, it should provide for improvements such as landscaping and/or grass to improve the area in this neighborhood. This would include the area of the power line corridor that traverses Walden Hills neighborhood. Thank you, Tom Allen, 5546 Hollow Springs Drive. Next item, Dear Mayor, City Council, and Planning Commission. This letter is in reference to the cell tower being planned near Bullion Street and the Walden Hills subdivision. It has come to my attention there are plans to put in a 100-foot cell tower. I live near this area and drive by it on a regular basis. This area with the power lines is already very unattractive and has many safety concerns given the lack of maintenance and landscaping. I am not against having the tower if it is done with the idea of making the area look better, rather than just adding another structure that continues to take away from the area. I would like to see landscaping around the tower and the tower disguised to fit into the landscaping. This landscaping should include a non-transparent fence with grass and trees around the outside of the fence. At a minimum, I would expect the landscaping to be similar to what currently exists just north on Bullion for the U.S. Satellite Corporation with grass, trees, and a stone fence. Please consider requiring landscaping and continued maintenance from the parties involved in installing the tower. Your consideration in the matter is greatly appreciated. David Strong, 5793 South, Walden Glen Drive. Next, hello, Murray Planning Commission. My name is Ali Lydall. I live at 869 Walden Hills Drive. I'm writing to express my concern over the proposed installation of a 5G cell phone tower in our neighborhood. I believe that the health effects of such a tower are not yet known, and that its presence will detract from the home values in the area. The ground owned by Rocky Mountain Power is already an eyesore, home to tons of rodents that tunnel into backyards, goat head weeds that pop hundreds of bike tires, and overgrown weeds which are a fire hazard in the summer, and which also get into the coats of pets. I hope you will not approve this tower and that you will require Rocky Mountain Power to step up their care of this area. Further along the south, the same strip was made into Willow Pond Park, and to the north, it is Germania Park. It would be nice if the same improvements could be made on the stretch I see every day between 5400 South and Willow Pond Park. Thank you, Ali. And last from me is Jess and Judy MacArthur definitely want a vote yes on Rocky Mountain Power providing grass and maintaining it under the power lines. This would be a great asset to Murray and provide soccer fields or other recreation facilities. That area is an eyesore. In the early 90s, Murray City Council voted no on having grass under the power lines. That was a big mistake. Rocky Mountain Power provides grass in other cities under the power lines. And this was from, Jess and Judy MacArthur. And that's all I have at the moment.
Thank you, Susan and Zach. Susan, have we received any additional comments since you were reading?
Yes, 6 more. So bear with me.
Okay.
All right. The one that was received, I'll just start from when we received them in the order they were received. This one is from Randy and Carol Hall. The email says, Randy and Carol Hall, as homeowners in the Walden Hills neighborhood, would like to see grass under the power lines and the easement maintained by Rocky Mountain Power. We appreciate your time. The next one is from Andrea Wyatt, received during this meeting. It states, I know it has been wondered if the proposed tower to be built next to U.S. Satellite's property could use the current lattice tower that is to the east up the hill on the U.S. Satellite's property, with the idea that the old tower could be upgraded or rebuilt. If this is a consideration, has it been discussed how to handle the wildlife that currently lives on the U.S. Satellite Tower? There are both barn owls and red-tailed hawks that live on that tower. It would be difficult to replace the tower and maintain the owl and hawk nests. I am not opposed to the building of a new tower in the proposed location and feel it fits the area and would not detract from the neighborhood or the current surroundings. Andrea Wyatt. The next one is from Brody Lee. She says, Susan Nixon and Jared Hall. There are a lot of studies that show that the radiomagnetic signals coming off 5G tower can be harmful to the health and welfare of the citizens in our community. I think before we unleash this on the people, it needs to be studied more fully. The road we're going down with this is not an easy one to turn around from. I know the power company owns that property, but they're in our city limits and we can put restrictions on what they can do. If we can put restrictions on how many dogs people can have, then we can certainly put restrictions on what dangers a company can expose our citizens. This is not going to be the first 5G they're going to want to put in our city. It is the first one I know of. And once they put this first one up, we have no recourse against them putting up more. I'd like to urge you to postpone your decision until you've had time to look at all the studies that are being done on it. The problems we're seeing in China 5G networks and also in Switzerland. I think that one was actually submitted twice.
Yep.
Thank you, Brody Lee. And then the next one is from Nye Cannell, a Murray resident. Hello, there is a proposal for a 100 5G lattice tower to be constructed on Rocky Mountain Power at 952 West and Bullion Street. The Rocky Mountain Power has been an eyesore from the beginning. If Murray City is in place of leverage, I would like for Rocky Mountain to agree to maintain the property and beautify it to match the standards of our beautiful city. If possible, could Murray convince Rocky Mountain to landscape the easement with the grass and trees from 5300 South down to the soccer fields that begin at Willow Pond Park? It would be great if we could go the whole stretch of Murray, but this area is what is affected by the tower. Thanks, Nye Cannell, Murray City resident. And the last one received is from Kelly Teo Ali, I hope I didn't slaughter that name, at 5492 South White Springs Drive. And it states, residents have been waiting for years for the city to do something with the property below the proposed tower. Is it possible to have a contingency for Vertical Bridge to allocate a portion of the, quote, kickback, unquote, funds that would go to Rocky Mountain to rather go to Murray City to pay for the upkeep of any green development? Thanks. And that is all the comments.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we've had sufficient time for comments to come in. So we will go ahead and close the public comment portion of this meeting. I mean, Susan or Zach, if you haven't seen any more, right? No more?
No more.
Okay. So we will close it. We certainly have received a lot. We appreciate the citizens and the participation and the comments. Again, this format allows for a lot of comments, a lot of redundancies, but you can see the passion around this item, like many of the issues throughout the city. So what we'll do is we'll let Jared address some of these on the city side first, as many of these are city pointed towards the city and the city leverage regarding landscaping and things like that. What was promised in 1990 or voted down in 1990 by the city council. So Jared, we'll let you address and start with these fun things. And then we'll let the applicant, Mr. Taggart and Mr. Cox, can certainly address these as well.
So I can let me start with just a couple, and I'll just go through my notes real quickly. As far as the landscaping underneath the corridor, there are parks underneath the corridor. There are in other parts of the valley. There are trails underneath the corridor. I don't think that that's an impossibility. I just have to reiterate that I don't think we can tie turning this into a park or parkland to this development. The development that's being proposed would not preclude us from using this area for a park in the future. The city voted it down in 1990. Maybe that wouldn't happen again, but again, that's not in the purview of the Planning Commission or the Planning Department right now. That would have to be a larger question. And I know they just finished doing a Parks Master Plan update, and I don't know that this was something that was included. I'd have to look into that. But I don't think it should be tied to the cell towers side. I think it would be hard to, we're restricted so that people understand conditional uses as they're outlined in the state code in LUDMA, the Land Use and Development Management Act. Conditional uses have to be allowed, and we're allowed to impose conditions to reasonably mitigate impacts that are direct results from the request. So it's hard to say that landscaping 5 point some odd acres under here, grassing it in, is somehow mitigating the visual impact of a 100-foot tower that is similar to the other kinds of utility structures in the area. I can't get there myself. I couldn't recommend that you would do that either as a planning commission. We can look into options to use the property as a city to lease some of the other property from Utah Power as a park or something. But again, that's not something we can talk about tonight, really. There were a lot of comments about radio waves and radiomagnetic waves and the harmful effects of 5G, et cetera. 5G is new, but radio cellular signals are not new, and the studies that I've read indicate that and some that I know people have forwarded to me as well, just as early as or as late as today. People use cell phones, and that's the same signal. So I'm not sure that we need to worry about the health effects of it. That's been established since the 1990s when cell towers became prevalent. The FCC and the federal government regulate all of that, and it's not our place to get into that. They have to meet the FCC guidelines for this construction and for the operation of their towers and signals. So I don't want to get into that too much. There weren't a lot of other comments that I can really speak to. That's pretty much what I would want to speak to. There are things in Mr. Varney's email that I think could be spoken to better by the applicants than me. So if we want to go to that, were there questions about those comments from the?
Yeah, any comments from the commission for Mr. Hall?
Jared,
or
I have a question for you, Jared, please. Is it a valid concern of the Planning Commission to say that this existing or this cell tower is not necessary when there is one so close with available space on it?
It's valid to consider that, yes. We have to we promote co-location, and one of our conditions or one of the things we're supposed to evaluate when we look at these kinds of conditional uses is compatibility of the proposed structure for the height and mass. We looked at that and said yes. It's the same kind of height and mass. But the second consideration is whether co-location of the antenna on another existing structure in the same vicinity is possible without affecting the antenna transmission or reception. And that would be the caveat I would give you, is I can't speak to that. Does it? He mentioned signal density. Mr. Taggart or Mr. Cox, I forget who, mentioned that this is an issue of signal density, not signal coverage for T-Mobile, and I don't know what that means. So that's I personally, they said that they did believe that it was explored. I was not really satisfied with that explanation personally, so that's just my comment.
Yeah, Mr. Hall, I have to say I'm always a little bit concerned with the applicant and the residents are providing the information. We have wonderful residents and wonderful applicants, and I really appreciate the information they're providing, but I wish we had an expert on staff or someone that could verify or add to the conversation. We don't.
Not for cell towers, no.
Or in the city that we could refer to.
In terms of land use, I mean, so we have this particular issue. Let me try to put it in context. So as a land use issue, we have every right and every expectation to review it for things like the density and the massing and whether it's appropriate in the ag zone and on all of these kinds of things, and the height and the distance from residential properties, et cetera. These are the kind of things that we do. Whether or not they can effectively co-locate on another cell tower site, we're going to end up taking their word for it based on the technical explanation. We discussed earlier in the pre-meeting maybe having them put that into a better format for us to review, other than just a more detailed sort of mini report or something that would give us more confidence in that finding that we need to make. That if we're going to make the finding that it does meet this requirement, that co-location is not effective for them here on that site that's 800 feet away, maybe that can be better supplied than it has been at this point. Yeah, I just can't do that. We don't have anyone on our staff at the city that could. But they could, as applicants, provide us that information that at least we can review in an understandable format and then feel better about our finding. I think that's kind of where we are.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Hall and Ms. Milkevich and Mr. Markham. I think that discussion that we had in our pre-meeting and that to me is the number one concern at this point. I mean, as a resident of the area, I'd love to see the beautification. I think it is an eyesore, but to Mr. Hall's point, I don't feel like I have enough information on that and to know whether that has been explored. But I think if there's any other comments from the commission, if not, let's have the applicant actually address any of the comments that they heard. So are you okay with that? Lisa, did you have another comment? Thought I saw you raise your hand.
Travis has a comment.
Oh, Travis, go ahead.
You're muted, Travis.
Yeah. Oh, did Susan mute you again?
Oh, I was pointing at Travis as well.
Oh, whenever Travis gets passionate, they have to mute him. So Susan, if you don't, Jared, did you mute Travis?
I'm not. Zach's trying to unmute him now.
I can unmute him. Hold on.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for muting him in the first place. Okay, Travis.
There, yeah.
Go ahead.
Thanks for muting him in the first place.
I'd
also like to throw in that there's a new cell tower that we just approved the moving over Applegate as well, which is well within signal distance of this. And as I recall, they only had one carrier on that one.
I don't remember.
Maybe they had a second carrier, but regardless, the distances that these arrays are projecting, a half a mile is not going to make a difference in their coverage. And so I think there's multiple places that I don't feel like we know that they've been fully explored. And yeah, I'll stop at that for now.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ney. Yeah, certainly that was one that we approved just a few weeks ago over in the Applegate, that tower would be relocated. That is correct. Any other comments? Okay, let's have the applicant, Mr. Taggart and Mr. Cox. We'll let them address some of the concerns or the comments that came from the public, and then we'll bring it back up to the commission here for some more discussion. So, Mr. Taggart, Mr. Cox, go ahead.
Hey, Mr. Cox here. Appreciate the time again. I know it's late. I know a lot of people are involved. A lot of people are concerned. A lot of people are engaged, and it's a good thing. I've been doing this a long time, a lot of different cities throughout the state. It's not lost on me that these kinds of cell towers engage the residents in the surrounding areas. It is funny, you know, they're not well liked, but you know, people seem to really like their cell phones, and they can't really coexist without each other. And that's just kind of the battle we play. Another thing to consider is these are several $100,000 to build. They don't really just put them up willy-nilly. They're very precisely placed, researched. A lot of engineering goes into them. So I just want that to be known, that it's not, hey, let's throw as many up in one city as we can, because I think sometimes it can seem that way, but it really isn't. It's a very scientific kind of process. A lot of engineering goes into it as to how the cell towers communicate with each other. And like Brad said earlier, the distance coverage is one thing. You know, you're driving through Fillmore, we throw up a 400-foot tower, and it's all about distance. In this case, it's more about the density, meaning there's a lot of users on the towers we have in this very residential area. So it's not necessarily about spreading out as far as we can. It's more about offloading other towers in the area, giving better density, better, you know, network speeds. You know, people want Netflix, they want to FaceTime, they want to do those things, and that's kind of the job of a cellular carrier. The other thing is, you know, it is hard to kind of meet some of these concerns, because they're not the best looking things, but neither are power lines, neither are power poles, neither are, you know, different things, but it is a utility at this point. People need to have emergency services. People don't have landlines anymore. It is becoming a necessary utility, and that's kind of what we're trying to accomplish. The 5G concerns, you know, there's a lot going on online. There's a lot of things to read. We've heard it, and a lot of people get really passionate about it, and that's understandable. According to the FCC, which governs these kind of things, it has been deemed safe. It's just the next generation. You know, there's 3G, there's 4G. LTE was kind of in between. Now it's 5G. I mean, it's just kind of the progression, and its data speeds. And there's a lot of things on YouTube and things that you can see, but the FCC, the federal government, has deemed this this frequency to be safe. And I will say that the engineers I've spoken with have told me that these frequencies have been around for 25 years. TV stations have used them. Federal government has used them. These are basically being repurposed. They were auctioned off and they're being repurposed now for cellular service. And, we'd be happy to provide any literature or anything the council would like to, or the commission would like to read on that. Another concern I jotted down is, higher is not necessarily better in this situation. As one of the concerned citizens wrote, that other tower, 65 feet higher, it might reach further. Well, too high in this instance actually might overshoot the target. Too low might interfere with other things. It's very nuanced, and I'm not going to pretend to be an engineer in this field, but I just use what they tell me in the science and the things that they kind of provide to us. So basically what they've said is this height in this location is optimal for the residents in this community, and to provide coverage that is needed. And that's kind of what we're going off of. I don't know if you've seen pictures of that existing antenna, it is higher up in elevation. It is loaded up several microwave dishes. There's a lot of considerations that go into these kinds of things. I cannot say if it for sure has been looked at as a possibility, but I will say that co-locating is going to cost 1/10 of what a new tower will be. So I'm sure that they give us a very small radius and they pick this location as the best way to serve their needs. I know that's a big point in this, is that existing tower. That's what I can say on that. As far as beautificating the structure and the wall, yeah, we can absolutely do a masonry wall. We can plant trees on the outside of it. We are somewhat limited to what our lease area is. I think Jared said it as well. We can't really control what Rocky Mountain Power does with their property. We can definitely work with the city to do what we can with our lease area to make it look better. We're happy to work with the city and do what we can to provide this essential service to the community, while trying to mitigate the footprint that it does cause. So that's kind of what I have to say on some of the notes I put down. Any questions, we're happy to.
No, that's good, Mr. Cox. I appreciate you, addressing many of those questions from the public. So if the commission has additional questions, we certainly will come back to you on that. So at this point, I'd like to bring it up to the commission for discussion about this item. So let's see. Anyone have comments? Lisa?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Markham, go ahead.
I just, as a comment, I think I've pretty much stated my position earlier, but I'm just not comfortable at this point with what we have heard as far as questions about the co-locating on the tower and so forth. And this is so technical and so, just super technical that I think we need more time. My opinion is I need more time to find out more about this and see if this truly is the only acceptable site, and to see if the other tower is a possibility. The last thing I want to do is have another tower down here. I will tell you that right now. However, I realize it is a utility corridor and it's not going to change. The city doesn't have millions of dollars to put into this to beautify it, because Rocky Mountain Power won't do it. All they would do is potentially say, you can do it if you want to do it and take care of it. So I would like to see us extend this item to the first meeting in August to allow time to gather, more data and have a report even at our next meeting and in between if staff could provide materials to us. And it would also give us a chance, or the staff a chance, to reach out to other experts and perhaps provide some more information.
Thank you, Mr. Markham. Any additional comments?
Well, I agree with Mr. Markham.
Go ahead, Sue.
I feel like we need a little bit more technical information with this proposal that we're not getting. Just so that we're more comfortable when we make our decision. I feel like we need more information.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Okay. Mr.
Woodbury.
Yeah, Mr. Nay. Hey, you weren't on mute. Go ahead.
Yeah. The only other thing I want to throw out there is that this is tried and true technology. It is the next generation. It is non-ionizing radiation. As someone who works with ionizing radiation, I can tell you this is non-ionizing radiation. So I think some of the fears of the community, from various movies that they've watched on the YouTube or on the internet, maybe give some false information to them. But I think we need to be clear that this is sound technology. And it's been around for a long time. It's just the newest iteration of it.
Thank you, Mr. Nay.
And I would agree with that.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Hacker.
I think that the residents of the surrounding area need to know and understand what you just said, that there is true technology out there, and some is dangerous, some is not. But I think the residents need to be able to be comfortable understanding that.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Hacker. Any other comments from the commission?
Oh, can I just add one more thing really quick? I did some studying today on the frequency waves and radiation and so forth today to prepare for our meeting. And I looked up a report from the American Cancer Society to see what their stand on it was. And one of the things that they say is that there's insufficient evidence to support a causal association between radio frequency radiation exposure and tumor formation or cancer. And it also says that you get more radiation from actually using your cell phone than from a tower. So, just if you want to look that up, the American Cancer Society has a full report on radiation and cell phone towers.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Yeah,
so I wonder if because we're stating that we feel like we don't have enough information for if there's any options for co-locational towers, which I agree with. And so I think we're asking the staff if maybe they can provide us with more information on that. I'm wondering if we should ask the staff as well to provide us with some more information about the health concerns, since we all stated we believe there aren't health concerns, but we don't. It might be nice if we're asking them to gather more information, maybe we can ask them to look into that as well.
Yeah, Ms. Milkevich, I appreciate your comments, and I think it's pretty, and obviously as the chair today, I can't make a motion, but certainly it feels to me like it's pretty common that we all feel like that we're not prepared to make a decision today. My personal biggest concern is I would like to see all avenues explored for co-location on existing towers. As Commissioner Nay brought up, there's another tower over in Applegate. There's one 800 feet to the east. I'm not comfortable saying, yes, let's go ahead and build another tower. Now, honestly, I don't think that it's necessarily going to make the area look more ugly. It's an ugly area. I would love to see something done. It would be great if Murray City could do something there. We know that it's expensive. I would love to see Utah Power or Rocky Mountain Power do something, but I know, again, it's expensive. So to me, those aren't the issues. The issue today is that I don't feel like, and even the applicant said that he can't say for sure that it's been considered. He said that he's confident that there's science behind it, that it's more expensive to build a tower, but he can't say for sure that all the options have been looked at. And as essentially the middleman in this application, I, like Mr. Markham, I am fully supportive of again, delaying this meeting so that we can have, I would love to see a letter from, I don't know who would write that letter, whether it's the current owner of the site whether it's from T-Mobile, the proposed carrier, but someone saying, we have done this. This is why we can't do it. This is why this is the only option at this point. So again, Mr. Markham. So again, I can't make a motion for a continuance, but again, the options before us, as with any conditional use permit, we can, we don't have the authority to vote it down if the applicant can say yes, that they will agree to it. Although I will point out that I felt like the applicant was a little uncertain on some of the conditions. Would like to see them feel more confident in their answers. But our opportunity today is we can vote, we can make an motion, either approve or deny what the city has recommended, or we have the option to add conditions if they're reasonable to mitigate the impact. As expressed by Mr. Hall, it doesn't appear to be reasonable to require landscaping of 5 acres to mitigate the impact of one pole, one lattice tower. So we can add conditions, or the other option is we can certainly continue this to another meeting and request specifics on what additional information that we would require prior to that meeting. So Jared, did I get it right? Our option?
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that the Planning Commission delay a decision on this item until the August 6th Planning Commission meeting. And at that time, I would like to have information from staff dealing with specifics about co-location attempts or the feasibility of co-location on existing towers.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right. I have a motion from Mr. Markham to continue this meeting to the August 6th Planning Commission meeting with express point to have the staff work with the applicant to get more information on the efforts and the possibility and the feasibility of actually co-locating on the existing towers in the area. And I have a second by Commissioner Wilson. Did I get that right, Mr. Mark?
Well said. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So Mr. Hall, go ahead and call for a vote. And again, we're voting on to continue this motion. Continue this meeting to August 6th.
Mr. Markham.
Yes.
Ms. Wilson.
Yes.
Ms. Patterson.
Yes.
Mr. Ney.
Yes.
Mr. Hacker.
Yes.
Ms. Milkevich.
Yes.
Mr. Woodbury.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the motion passes. So Mr. Taggart, Mr. Cox, we direct you to work with Mr. Hall and the city. I think there's been enough comments through the public comment and through the discussion with the commissioners to know what the concerns are. And certainly, work with the staff, and we trust them to be able to deliver to us in our packets for the August 6th meeting any information that is provided, as well as anything additional from there. So thank you so much for sticking with us for this meeting tonight. And so with that, we will. I guess that's our last item on the agenda. So Mr. Hall or Mr. Smallwood or Susan, Ms. Nixon, do we have any additional items for the Planning Commission today?
No, I'm not aware of any others.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, motion to adjourn. Okay, good for everybody. Have a wonderful 4th, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
For the meeting.